Hey, Dr. Mayor. Really for blind people.
Like I was, I mean,
That's so,
so they gonna be kids that are left out. And if we're not careful, they gonna be a crowd of them. That's right. Not as many in high school, but in K through 8. I think.
Good evening.
evening.
We'd like to reconvene our meeting tonight. This is continuation from last Tuesday, and this is just a reconvening of our meeting then. This time, Mr. Randy Lawson, I'd like to ask you to give us an invocation.
Let us pray. Dear gracious Heavenly Father, thank you for your love, mercy, and grace, dear God. Dear Heavenly Father, just thank you for the employees and the staff, dear Heavenly Father, and our children in the public schools, dear Heavenly Father. Just give us your wisdom and knowledge, dear Heavenly Father. Dear Heavenly Father, lead, guide, and direct us. Amen.
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 And folks, let me say, and I'm talking to myself more than anybody, we almost have to holler to hear. So if you think you're talking loud enough, you might need to take it up another level with these masks and everything. I think they hear us real good on the virtual, but just sitting here, it is kind of hard to hear people. So just keep that in mind when you're speaking. Okay, at this time, I think we have a further update with Dr. Peace at this time. Dr. Peace, I got you. I got it this time. Please come forward.
Evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Evening.
So I must say I was surprised that you wanted me to come back this evening, but I'm certainly happy to be here. Just like last week, I really wanted to be said that the opinion that I have regarding whether or not we should allow our children to go back to school is based on the science, the research that I have looked at, and it is based on my 20 plus years of taking care of people in Robinson County. My sole purpose is caring for the community, for our children, for their parents, grandparents, for all of the staff that work in the schools of Robinson County. That is my purpose for being here. I don't really have a change in opinion since last week. I did come this time with a percentage of positives for our county. Some of you may have heard a statistic, what's the percentage of positives that are coming out of the community? Well, for Southeastern Health, our percent positive is 17%. Now, it is recommended that that percent be less than 5% if it is an area that there's not a large prevalence of COVID in that area. So the 17%, that's higher than what the state of North Carolina's percentage is. I think that their percentage may be somewhere around 6 to 9%. I'm not sure about that percentage. Health, I got that straight from the person at the hospital today. Since last time, there was a study that came out of South Korea that they looked at how infectious children are, because that's one of the arguments, is that the children will not spread the virus like adults. But in this particular study, and it was a large study out of South Korea, they saw that children 10 to 19 years old were spreading the virus just like adults. Earlier today, I heard a governor from a state speak about, children, they'll go back to school, they need to go back to school, they very well may get this virus, but they're not going to the hospital, they're not going to the doctor's office, they're going home and recovering at home. My response to that is they're taking it home. They're taking it home to their families. The patients that I'm seeing in the office that are testing positive for COVID, they are getting it from their children, from their teenage or young adult children, many of them, they're getting it from family members. And, you know, I'm worried again about our teachers. I feel like the climate of the teachers in this county is that they're terrified to go back to school. I have spoken to some teachers and they are very concerned. A lot of them, I think because they have their own risk factors for not doing well with COVID. The number of people that have died in our county is still at around 47. That's about what it was last week. Does that make me feel less concerned about kids going back to school? Absolutely not. Because the virus is rampant in our county right now. Our emergency department is very busy with COVID positive patients, patients coming in wanting to be tested. So if we open the schools up, what's gonna happen? We are going to see a surge of more patients that are going to be testing positive. And yes, again, most people do recover. But how many people are we willing to risk? How many school teachers are you willing to risk dying from COVID, potentially that they contracted because we opened the school up? It's going to be difficult for us to make the school safe by the guidelines that have been set out in terms of the mask wearing, the social distancing. It seems like to me, it's almost impossible to abide by those safe guidelines in order for our schools in order for our children to go back to school. And so again, I hope, I pray that we can delay at this time. I know that the kids need to go back to school. You know, I realize that some of the children, a lot of the children maybe even in our county are behind. I heard, you know, one of my colleagues just say recently, you know, kids got behind from Matthew, they got behind from Florence. This is gonna make them more behind, you know, but we can try to help kids catch up from being behind. But you don't come back from if you die. Their mom, dad, grandparents, teachers, other workers, you can't come back from that. How many lives are we willing to risk? How many would be okay? I mean, a certain percentage of people are going to die from COVID. So how many are we willing to take a chance on in our community? Thank you.
Thank you.
Have any questions, Mr. Smith?
I have one question. Dr. Pease, have you discussed with any other doctors? I mean, is everybody pretty much on board on this right here, if you don't mind me asking?
Yes, so again, last time before I came, I discussed the opinions of my colleagues, the other medical leadership in our community, and they all concurred that they thought it was too early. You know, we had a meeting recently, one of the emergency room physicians that's seeing the patients go in and out of the ER, and all of these doctors have children. I've said it before, I don't have kids, but I'm worried about the kids in our community, and I'm worried about the adults that are taking care of those kids and the workers. But yes, I certainly have. This is just not my opinion alone. And again, I'm coming from a place of caring. I'm not self-serving in this at all. The reason why I rushed from my office to come here this evening is because I feel very strongly that my opinion, based on my knowledge, based on the opinions of my colleagues, needed to be heard. And I appreciate the opportunity to come. Any other questions for me?
Other questions?
I don't envy you. I pray for you all. It's a tough decision. God bless.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Being here.
Bless.
Okay, next item on the agenda deals with the staffing update, which is return to work plan, work schedules. This is for our students and teachers, and this is for all staff and all different departments. And so at this time, I'm going to ask Dr. Wooten if she would to give us her recommendation on these items.
For the upcoming school year, or to return everyone back to the workforce, we have created a phased-in approach for employee return. And due to the COVID conditions locally, it's unlikely that everyone will come back at one time. So as a district, we're gonna consider what the needs are now, how many people we need to take care of certain issues, and what we have to do to continue the essential operations. First, we're gonna bring back individuals and provide comprehensive training in terms of health, safety, and how to proceed to mitigate the spread of COVID-19. In the next week, our goal is to bring back most central office departments that carry out essential functions, and we want to bring back employees at the district level who hold a supervisory role. So we can make sure each space, office, school, classrooms, workspaces are set up appropriately and have the safety measures in place.
Public that's voting in here. Folks, excuse me. There might have been miscommunication. I'm not sure. The meeting tonight is not open to the public. It can be seen virtually on the website, and that's the reason Mr. Cole is back here. The only folks that are here are members of the board and those at the central office that have input tonight. But the public has to view this from home through their computers. So I needed to make that announcement at this time and just ask that you would excuse yourself and have to view it from there, because our meetings are virtual to the public. Thank you.
Who needs to leave?
Do we have any that are not
Do
central office?
do we have
employees?
any that's not central office employees?
He's a principal.
He's principal. He's good.
What about the group in the back?
Group at the back. That's what I'm thinking. I don't think they're central office.
Oh, I know those dressed.
They're what? They still.
The thing went out. With the staffing update, our return to work plan. And we were just saying that we understand that there are inherent risks when we bring employees back, but we will use the phase-in approach to bring back everyone in the public schools of Robinson County. However, we're gonna do that as safely as possible with staggered schedules, alternate work shifts, and we're certainly going to make accommodations for employees who are in the at-risk category, whether it be an underlying condition, they're taking care of family members who are in the at-risk category. If there are childcare issues, we will work with our employees to make sure they have the necessary accommodations, because we want to make sure that district continues essential functions, but we also want to take care of our families and children and our overall community until the metrics can show a significant improvement in Robinson County in terms of COVID-19. So initially, we will bring back certain individuals at the school level for training. That's going to be your school administrators. You're going to have certain individuals who will come in contact possibly with more individuals on the campus. We'll bring those back to have the safety and health training. And at the district level, we're going to bring back certain central office employees and departments. Those that have been working who have not stopped will be brought back, but first they will have the training so they can understand the different terms, terminologies, where they can find assistance, who at the central office can help in terms of accommodations. If there are concerns about leave, we'll have COVID-19 point persons at each school and in every department at the central office. Initially, we'll have our assistant superintendents, finance department, our courier, public relations, receptionists, custodians, our security guards, athletics, driver's ed. Then we'll bring back maintenance to make sure that they come in and not just have the safety training. We want to make sure they understand what modifications need to be made at different work sites and schools. But we want to give them the chance to work in an environment where they're not putting themselves at risk either. So when the maintenance individuals go out to the schools, we don't want them to expose themselves to too many others. We want to keep them safe too. So we will have refrigeration, OSHA, electrical, plumbing. We have to make modifications to the ventilation systems, look at the plumbing, grounds, general maintenance. There are different things to alter our workspaces that have to take place whenever we bring our students back to schools. We'll bring back purchase and warehouse so we can make sure we get the PPE and the appropriate items into the public schools of Robinson County. And then initially in that first phase of bringing employees back, we're gonna bring back central office employees who hold a supervisory role. If they have one or more that they supervise, we'll bring them back so they can make sure their departments, workspaces are set up for the rest of their colleagues that they work with or directly supervise. Following that, after we come in with our first wave of training, we'll bring back the remaining 12-month employees. At the beginning of August, this is similar to other years, we're gonna bring back our 11-month employees. And then the week of August 10th, we'll bring back our 10-month employees. But I just want to reiterate, when we say bring everybody back, it's not gonna look the same as in the past. So we'll bring everyone back and expose everyone to the training, and some will have to do it remotely because we still want to be mindful of everything that is in the current executive order in terms of mass gathering limits, social distancing, and just the best practices in general. So we'll send out a detailed schedule once we conclude this meeting tonight to let everyone know, because we do want to give everyone as much time as possible to prepare and plan. And we want to make sure truly that we can divide the workload equitably, again, amongst all of our PSRC employees. So new functions, you may have additional roles, a new function. We still want everyone to work together to move the district forward together. So that will begin taking place fairly quickly. Again, we won't bring everyone back necessarily in the same workspace. We know that we can't do that, and that is not safe to do. But we will be committed to the accommodations, modifications, work site alterations. We'll do staggered scheduled AB days. We'll be creative in our approach to make sure we're committed and doing what we need to do for the community, our children, but we want to make sure safety and health remain our top priority at this time. So,
Okay, let me say this with that, Dr. Wooten. That's, dealing with the people that's coming back to work. That's not dealing with our ABC for our students and staff right there. That's just people coming back to work. So what I'd like to do, folks, with what all she said there, if, instead of kind of bouncing around just a little bit, if we could start, and if you don't have nothing now, we might come back later. But Mr. Vontae, on this side here, if you have a question or a comment about that, and we're just gonna go down the row and come back up to address that. And then we'll come back with the A, B, and C. You have anything right now?
I pass.
Kirby?
Not yet.
Okay. Dr. Emmanuel?
Not to be negative, but I guess, how do we encourage people to come back to work? How, as a superintendent, Dr. Wooten, are you going to deal with, I'm coming to you, I don't want to come back to work. I sort of enjoy watching the soap operas on Netflix. So I'm going to come to you and say, look, I got some underlying things I got to do. Underlying conditions. How do you validate all of that as a superintendent? You just have to take the word.
we will have to require certain types of documentation depending on the types of leave. But we will do our best to go through an extensive checklist in terms of, are you in, or do you have childcare concerns? Are you in an at-risk category? Do you have underlying illnesses? Are you caring for someone who has an illness? Are they impacted by COVID-19? Then you go and you look at the different possible accommodations, scheduling, alternate days to make sure they can still do their job. And we want to make sure if their concern is the safety and health of themselves or their family members, of course, we will work with them to the extent possible. And then we will look at the different types of leave that you have to take, but we have to have a hard date to bring individuals back so we know what our next steps are. If they have no intention of working or staying with us, or they are just fearful, we need to talk about their different options. And then at the end, we just decide leave, or if you want to continue to, if you want to stay with us.
I've looked at your plan and I've looked at others and looks pretty good to me. I mean, I don't have any recommendations for improvement, only that one piece right there.
Mr. Gentry?
Following up on what Dr. Manuel was asking, will all employees continue to receive their regular salary throughout this process?
Those are the things at this point right now, we're trying to see where we are in terms of our workforce. Because until we give everyone a date where everyone's gonna come back and resume their duties, it's very difficult to plan. So that's why we're trying to assess the situation, and so we can have those conversations, because we need to get a good gauge on, what our employees are feeling, what type of safeguards we need to put in place, and what types of options or services we can help with our families to make sure that they are okay and can return to the work site. So we have to really get an understanding, which is gonna take a lot of conversations, listening, understanding, before we can come back and discuss that. But right now, our goal is, in order for us to take care of this 2021 school year, we're gonna need people, human resources. And the way we're gonna get it done is to have everyone come to the table and shift their roles a little bit and work with our children to make sure that we're okay. Our work is gonna be just as important, it's just gonna look a little different. So at this point, we are trying to make sure that everybody has a role in this upcoming school year, so we can be safe in all that we do.
Smith?
So what you explained a while ago, Dr. Wooten, is the main objective is to bring everybody back into the schools. Teachers, custodians, everybody to come back into the schools. Am I correct?
We want everyone to return in some way, and it won't necessarily be everyone showing up. And we're gonna follow the current executive order and any executive order that's current at the time. So if there are things and considerations, restrictions on how many we can have in the building, and determining how many in terms of social distancing, we'll look at that. Do we intend to bring a large group together at any one point? No, we do not. So we're still gonna have to incorporate the telework. And that goes back to examining the different options that you have for employees. So it's not gonna look the same way. And so what we have to remember, well, we're out for the summer. So some employees are just off right now. But technically, PSRC never stopped functioning. So they did it a different type of way, which was the telework in a remote setting. So a lot of that still may remain the same, but we also know that we have to have greater accountability. We have to use the types of leave. We planned during the summertime to make sure we could get it right this time around, so that we could perfect it and hold individuals accountable. So it will not look the same way, and it's not gonna be a mass, bringing everyone back on the first day. So when we bring back central office, we're gonna do small groups. We'll do some video conferencing, we'll do some calls, but it's not gonna be what it's been in the past, so.
And I guess my question is the main objective is to make sure that teachers that are going to be doing their remote, virtual, whatever, will be doing that in their classrooms. Is that kind of like what we're getting to right here?
Yes, and we'll take it at a case-by-case basis. So we'll look at, see what resources each teacher has, what they have access to, connectivity, the resources, classroom. We do need our children to see familiar spaces, even if they cannot go back into the classroom. However, there may be just as many cases where we have those special situations in terms of teachers, our workforce, employees who are in at-risk categories that may not be able to. So it won't look the same for everybody. And we certainly don't want to penalize anyone for any underlying illnesses, childcare situations. So our whole goal is to continue to be flexible and generous and be as empathetic as possible and still meet the needs of our students.
I guess my question is to make sure teachers are in there whether kids are not in there. That's
Gonna be,
We ain't got to that yet.
that's gonna be on the ABC, the recommendation there, I think, Mr. Smith.
okay.
Thank you, Will. If not, then we'll get the question. Mr. Locklear?
So at this point, we are discussing 12-month or 10-month or whatever. We're discussing employees that would typically be at work during a regular year at this point, as of July 21st, right?
Yes, sir.
So not necessarily teachers or individuals that are directly related to instruction. So we're talking about like staff members, in administrative roles, right?
And we're coming up on the typical schedule, where 11-month, they typically come back in August, so we're gonna meet that.
Okay,
So 10 months, we're gonna get to those, August 10th. Now truly is like the 12-month employees that are based here at the central office, the warehouse, technology, transportation, so. That's what, and because many are in supervisory roles, those are the ones who have to have that training first. Because they're gonna be the ones that are gonna help us throughout the year, so I guess that's the biggest focus right now. But we are gonna train the 11 and 10-month employees in the same manner too.
okay. So what I heard from our meeting last Tuesday from HR, and you please correct me if I'm wrong, that the leave for with the coronavirus, like special leave or whatever, ended back on June 15th?
The initial leave that we were all granted ended on June 15th. Now, Ms. Thompson, she has different scenarios and she can explain the different types of leave. She can
Okay.
mention those briefly,
So, and as I spoke last week, the emergency leave that we initially started with did end. And that is where the governor and others asked us to work with employees, the best we could, because they wanted everyone to get their paycheck. So after that, what we have done is work with employees who need accommodations or they have underlying conditions. But the only leave that is available right now since June 15th is the Families First Coronavirus Relief Act, known as the FFCRA. And that is for anyone who may be having symptoms of the coronavirus, they have tested positive, or even those people with childcare needs. So we do have employees at this point that have childcare needs, and that particular leave is an option for them. And I don't know if you want me to speak about teachers, but teachers will actually have the option, the opportunity, they can take as many as 12 weeks of full paid leave just because they need childcare. There's only 80 days. The first 2 weeks is full pay. 80 hours, sorry. Thank you, Ms. Erica. 80 hours, 2 weeks. But the second part of that is they will fund 2/3 of your salary, and the other remaining 1/3, they can use their accrued leave. So like sick leave, they can pull to get that other third. And these teachers do have the possible potential or option to stay out of work for 12 weeks and have a full salary, which will hurt in HR. Because number one, with us going, if we decide to teach remotely for the first 9 weeks, we could be sitting here with substitutes, possibly teaching virtually. I'm not sure that's the direction that we want to go in. We're looking at class size. Can we double up? But then, as some of my other colleagues have mentioned, when it comes to Power School and grading, that's a problem. If I've got 60 kids and I'm responsible for grading all 60 children because one of my colleagues in first grade is unable to teach or work. And that gets back to the classroom, requiring all teachers to go into the classroom. That's why we have discussed giving them that option. If I'm a teacher and the parent as well, and I have childcare needs, you can let me work remotely at home and keep my children, or I can take 12 weeks off work. So that's why it's important that we discuss the option for teachers to work remotely.
Okay, I appreciate it. I'm still on the staff end.
Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. No. I was also wondering, do we have employees right now that are, that would typically be at work, staff members, but are not working because they don't feel safe, or they're just saying it, but they don't have any accompanying paperwork?
We have employees who are 12 months who are still working remotely. If they are capable of carrying out their duties and responsibilities, then yes, they have been given the option to continue working remotely due to the governor's order. That's what we're doing at this point.
And these are individuals that can perform all of their duties remotely, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Only those individuals that can perform their duties from home on a remote basis.
Okay.
Those employees who are not able to are supposed to be on site unless we have made individual accommodations for certain situations.
Thank you.
So there may be some that cannot perform their duty at home, but that's why we wanted to do the overall, bring them back and have that conversation. So we want to make sure we can officially state that we followed the process and everyone's been exposed to the same training. Everyone has the PPE that is needed to perform their job, and everyone has a clear understanding of the processes and protocols put in place to make sure we are maintaining the safety and health of each other. So there are some, but that's why we wanted a specific date. And so we will call them back once we put the date out there and they refuse, then that's another conversation. So we have not done that yet. So we might have some who cannot telework, may not be on site, but officially we are not sure about the underlying conditions or other issues which may have them at home, not at the district level. So some supervisors are continuing to work with those under them who cannot.
Do we have an idea about how many individuals we're talking about?
I wouldn't have that. There are certain departments maybe that we can speak about. But again, so some of the main departments that keep coming up are maintenance, transportation, those individuals. So we have not talked to those directors specifically because we wanted to make sure we ask for the right documentation. We don't want to violate anyone's rights or do anything that appears discriminatory. So that's why. So it will take place in the next few days. So it won't be tomorrow. We want to give them ample notice because if there are childcare issues or concerns, that will be their time to come sit down with us, understand the inherent risk in their jobs and how those risks have changed and what we can do to help reduce the risk or transmission of the coronavirus from employee to employee. So officially, we want to do that and get it on the record and follow the process set forth by the states and from the federal government. We want to do that the right way, so.
Mr. Lawson?
I'm good, right?
Good. Mr. Simmons? Smith? Okay. One comment, Dr. Wooten, the folks who are not working remote, if it's maintenance, if it's technology, whoever, and their work can't be done that way, I would just ask that the training you're talking about doing, that be done yesterday and get those folks back to work. Because when we talk about teachers or kids coming back on the campus and things has got to be done, and I know whatever we're looking at, if we're saying August the 10th is when they come back, there's things on campus that a custodian can't be doing. So we need to get maintenance, and if it's technology, whoever it is, get them there as quick as we can get them there to do what has to be done. So I would just ask that priority training be to get all those people there as quickly as we can. And if that means putting out memos tonight that there's workshops Thursday or Friday of this week, or Monday, but whatever it is, just do it as quick as we possibly can.
And we have a schedule that we have in front of us. And the first training, we were looking at Friday or Monday. So we will contact those individuals. And Ms. Campbell Floyd and I today, we're looking at the PPE that we have on hand. So we can make sure, we know that those in maintenance may not need the same PPE as someone else that's in an office. So we want to make sure that we do have what they need to do the training. And if not, we have to get it ordered as quickly as possible. But we want to bring those individuals in because if we don't start the school year on August 17th in person, we know there still have to be modifications made to our schools, our tables, our receptionist areas. So we want that to be part of their work. But we want to do that before we bring back in too many employees so they're not exposed to too many individuals. And again, when you have those departments that go from site to site, that's an additional risk. So if you have to go from campus to campus and come into contact with too many, that's another risk, and we don't want to do that if we don't. We want to be as strategic as possible to make sure our employees are safe, but we will, yes. We'll do that as soon as possible.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, do we need to put that in the form of a motion and vote on it?
If you don't have the supplies and the PPE, there's no,
Not at this time, Mr.
We'll bring, that's all.
Okay. Mike?
Dr. Wooten, you keep talking about this training. Who's gonna do the training?
we have the guidebook that, we've all been working on. We have our student health supervisors, a lot of individuals in this room. We've put time in. So there's an agenda that we've crafted and come up with that has certain topics that have to be discussed. And so we'll all tag team and speak and do the training together. So student health services, I'll be part of that. We have Mr. Tim Bass, who works with OSHA, Mr. Bill Smith, Beth Rao, Tracy Jones at the health department. We'll bring in the necessary individuals, but we do have some qualified individuals to come in. And again, some of our maintenance guys to talk about the HVAC, the plumbing, different things of that nature. Some safeguards we have. Ms. Charlene will talk to others about child nutrition, social distance and spacing, rearrangement of desks, tables in the cafeteria. So we all have a role, but I want to make sure those who are training get the training and hear the same things because they're still our employees too, so.
Mr. Chairman, if I may,
Yes, ma'am.
North Carolina Emergency Management also has some training you might want to take a look at.
We're good.
North Carolina Emergency Management also has some training you might want to look at, Dr. Wooten.
And DPI, they're putting together different videos, modules, so this training is gonna be ongoing. It's a shift in the culture, so just having one training this week or next week is not gonna change all of our practice and habits. This is something we're gonna have to talk about almost daily until we can change to make sure that we're doing everything safely. So it's not gonna happen overnight, and it's gonna take time to shift what we've done to the new way of doing things, so.
Terry?
I got one more question, I'm sorry. What do you think is an appropriate deadline for all of this? When do you think we could either have the ones back that you know, that can work, or have an idea or some sort of documentation on those that aren't working? So when is a good deadline for that?
I'm going to do the training, I have it, the phased-in approach. So all the 12-month employees should be covered this week and next week. And so then 11 months and 10 months, we haven't gone into that time frame yet. So I have to have the training, do the supervisors first, those who have been working the whole time to maintain certain services. So this week and next week, we'll have that. And in terms of those who choose not to come back or who are unable to come back, we could possibly provide that update at the next board meeting.
Mr. Craig? Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Henry.
Mr. Chairman, in the workshop, I saw where, the state was going to provide some virtual schooling. How does that handshake and what does that do for Robeson County school system?
That's gonna be part of our presentation in
Okay.
just a few minutes.
ABC.
Okay,
That's next.
sorry.
Okay, Mr. Smith?
I was just gonna piggyback on what Ms. Melissa Thompson said a while
What do you
ago
say?
about teachers in the 12 weeks. What's the process for that, Ms. Melissa? Are the principal gonna try to get a head count, or how are you gonna actually disseminate all that?
We're gonna have to set up that process here, because the principals will be in that first group. But there are certain questions that we can and cannot ask. And so we have to train them first in terms of the protocols. But again, we'll have a COVID, I spoke to Ms. Thompson briefly. So there'll be certain roles and processes that she'll be responsible for developing in terms of referring individuals to the employee assistance program, the leave, who's gonna handle what in her department. But we're gonna have someone at the school level, a COVID-19 person at each school, to refer them to the appropriate person. So we do remain consistent as we move forward. So we have a long list. I think I shared it last night, a checklist of certain things that have to take place and processes that have to be established. From when someone shows up that's symptomatic, if you have a positive test but don't have symptoms, how long you have to self-isolate, and a health assessment that has to be taken every day. We're gonna have to have someone that takes a temperature. There's a very detailed checklist on what has to happen. So we have to establish those processes and protocols, and we want to do that with each principal at each school and in each department at the central office. So our directors, supervisors, coordinators, they're gonna have a role in making sure they get everyone to HR as needed. So it's quite extensive.
Anyone else? Mr. Vontae?
Yeah, when you talk about teachers coming back to school, I want to make sure that if we say that teachers could teach remotely or something, it's HR that's deciding this, and not each individual principal. Because I want the same thing across the board, as far as I want a uniform across the board, who's going to make that decision, not some principal at each school, because you can have certain people doing this, certain people doing that. It should be unified across the board.
And that's what we're gonna really drive this home, because we don't want anyone to think that you can come up with your same rules. Because in terms of a district or organization, we're still responsible for the health of everyone around this table. So we will express that tonight, the expectation, and know that even though we may not know all the different circumstances tonight, We will provide the information so everyone in PSRC knows who to contact about what. And we don't want anyone to feel like they're just shut down at one level. We want you to have many different steps to go through. And it's not a one person decides my overall fate. We want to be good to our employees because they've been the ones that have kept us going from March 13th and before that. So we want to give them that respect and hold them accountable, but still, we gotta remember they're human beings and we want to be empathetic and never put anyone in danger. So yes, there will be many options. And over time, once we get a handle on COVID-19, coronavirus, of course, it'll become more strict. But because we have so many unknowns, it's gonna cause us to be we're gonna have to be very flexible this year. And it's not gonna look the same for everybody.
Mr. Gentry, did you have your hand up?
Yeah,
Gentry and then Mr. Simmons.
will the training be set up according to the guidelines in terms of spacing? You obviously will not be able to accommodate everybody at one time in one place. So there's going to have to be successive sessions. So all that's been planned for. Okay.
Okay, Mr. Simmons?
For the ones that ain't gonna be able to come back, the teachers, how are we gonna make sure that they are teaching online? Do we have something in place, some kind of guideline?
So we will have some documentation that has to be completed by the teachers. And what will be different from April and May compared to the upcoming year is that it's gonna have to be more thorough. And we're gonna even ask that they keep a log on every child. So that way we know how many times Johnny actually was online, and if Johnny didn't sign in on Monday, was Johnny contacted? Was his family contacted? So that we do want a more thorough log, we want more thorough logs, more thorough documentation, and that's gonna be required of every teacher. And normally during a normal school year, they keep logs in the classroom. So they're gonna have to do it this time during remote learning as well.
And
Go ahead.
for the parents and the kids that don't have internet, how are we gonna get to them? We're gonna make sure they not falling further and further behind.
Right. And some of my other colleagues may chime in, but that's where we got the hot spots that they will discuss, but also the hard copies. And the teachers are still gonna have to be responsible for contacting those children to make sure if you cannot connect, do you have your packet? And we're gonna ask them to, they will have to log that in their contacts or whatever.
Is it possible that we can just make packets for the whole entire district? And that way, even though they're logging on, they still have a packet to go by. Then say maybe at the end of the 9 weeks or something, they bring them by the schoolhouse and drop them off. That way the teacher can make sure they ain't falling further behind.
And from curriculum, I think you all.
We'll get into that, Mr. Simmons. Once I get to my section, we'll discuss some of those options.
Okay. Good with that, for the time being? Okay. Dr. Wooten, now, that was dealing with people coming to work, and I think I'm just gonna say those 12-month employees, if we can get that training as quick as we can so we can get those folks back to work, and that takes care of their pay if they're actually at work on site. Now, as for a recommendation now, I think the state had an A, B, and C plan, and we would ask for the superintendent's recommendation concerning returning to school in the A, B, or C plan.
I'll read it. Okay. It's my recommendation that the public schools of Robeson County open under Plan C using remote learning only. There will be no in-person instruction for students for the first 9 weeks of the 2020-2021 school year. Like many school districts across the state, we've created a local plan to support our schools based on the best information available. Teachers will return on August the 10th in order to continue the professional development that began this summer. The more people a staff member interacts with, and the longer that interaction, the higher the risk of COVID-19 spread. it is unlikely that all employees will be able to return to the workplace at once. Students will begin officially on August the 17th. This first 9 weeks ends on October the 16th, 2020. In order for our employees, students, and families to prepare, we will provide an update about the second 9 weeks no earlier than September 25th. If metrics improve, this will provide time for everyone to transition to a less restrictive learning environment that protects everyone's health and safety. This year, there will be a shift in the way we plan, instruct, and assess student learning. We will develop a step-by-step video for parents, grandparents, as it relates to instructional materials and at-a-glance resources. Hotlines will be set up for any technical assistance and for social, emotional needs that need to be met. We will embed social and emotional learning and culturally responsive practices to support our students. We will continue to invest in connectivity and devices to ensure all of our students, educators, and instructional staff have access to reliable connectivity or hardware to maintain continuous remote learning. Without access to reliable connectivity and hardware, students do not have the opportunity to engage in asynchronous remote learning. And I want to be very, very clear. Our goal is to ensure access to all. But tonight, our top focus is the health and safety of our students, employees, and their families. We want to reopen safely, and I want to operate efficiently. I know this school year is going to look very different than past school years, but if we work together, we can move this district forward, just like we have done in the past. The board has been supportive of our reopening work and planning efforts. We have an opportunity in the reopening of our schools to examine our education system and improve our practices to further close opportunity gaps. This is our moment to reconsider and shift past practices that have contributed to inequality and a lack of equitable outcomes for our students. The district as a whole is committed to using this moment to build a more transformative system of teaching and learning. So over the next few minutes, we're going to hear presentations from Dr. Robert Locklear and his team with curriculum and instruction. We will then move to Ms. Karen Brooks Floyd to talk about auxiliary services to support our students, child nutrition, the behind the scenes work that needs to take place. We will hear from Ms. Jennifer Freeman with student support services, student health services, accountability. And then we'll hear from Ms. Thompson to talk about human resources and the staffing needs that that need to be discussed to make sure our plan is a quality plan for our students. And Ms. Erica will be here to also help answer any questions. So, Dr. Lofton.
Questions the same way this time.
After
Dr. Robert, before you start, folks,
no. After everybody.
Yeah, before you start, if you got questions, folks, kind of jot them down. We'll kind of do what we did a while ago and go around to start with. Just put them down. We'll listen to these presentations, and then we'll come back if we have questions. Dr. Robert?
Chairman Lowry, Superintendent Woot, board members, thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight as it relates to curriculum, instruction, and accountability. Since March, we have been looking at options because we knew that it could be where we're going to be back on site, face-to-face, or we could be continuously working on remote learning. So we have been planning since April, and I have the experts here that's going to go over all the work that has been taking place. This didn't happen yesterday. This has been going on for about 4 months. So hopefully you'll see all the hard work that these ladies and gentlemen, our task force groups, and I just want to say thank you to all of our task force members, our principals, our teachers, our instructional coaches, our NCA representatives, our mentors. There were so many people involved in all these different projects, so I just want to say thank you. And a lot of the board members, you were able to come out last week during our working group sessions, and you gave input, and we really appreciate that, because when we start with the students on August the 17th, We want to make sure that public schools of Robeson County is ready to go, and we're going to make sure that we meet the needs, like Dr. Wooten said in her opening address. We want to make sure we meet the needs of all of our students, because that's what we're here for, is to serve the 23,000 plus students in the public schools of Robeson County. And I look forward to working with you throughout this year, because one of my colleagues in Louisiana, their theme this year is Strong Start 2020. And I asked him if we could borrow that for Robeson County. He said, sure. So I want to go strong and start 2020 on the right foot, because we know we have a lot of challenges ahead of us, but the people sitting in this room here today are the experts that's going to help us get our kids where they need to be. So tonight we have a reentry plan recommendation that we're going to share with you, looking at our at a glance CNI packet. And then our experts are going to talk about the different schedules, because we want to make sure that we have opportunities for all teachers and all students. Then our experts in technology and facility is going to come up and talk about the digital learning guidebook. And then we want to share with you a tool that we have developed for our principals, because this is something they had asked for, being able to assess their teachers remotely. That was a challenge at the end of last year, and we have a new tool that we have developed, and I hope you'll be pleased to see that. And then, Mr. Simmons, I promise I'll answer your question that you asked me earlier. So we'll start with Dr. Cummings at this time, and then we'll just follow the list as noted.
Chairman Lowry, Superintendent Wooten, board members, thank you for allowing me just to briefly talk about the recommended or the plan that Dr. Wooten has told us about reentry. I feel like I am a rep, because I know I have talked about this week on several occasions, but for phase one, the recommendation is for the remote learning. I think it's also important for us to understand what exactly remote learning is and is not. We know that remote learning is defined as learning that takes place outside the traditional classroom setting, using various media and various formats, such as, but not limited to, video conferencing, telephone conferencing, printed material, online material, and of course, our learning management systems. I'm not going to go over the considerations with you guys tonight, but that's phase one, remote learning for the first 9 weeks. Phase two, and I think it's important for us to understand the limitations when we talk about transitioning to the phases. Phase two is blended learning for pre-K3 and adaptive curriculum students. But it's important to know that phases may be adjusted based upon changing public health conditions and implementation experiences. With phase two, the blended learning for pre-K3 and adaptive curriculum students, grades pre-K3 will enter school on an AB week.
Excuse me. May I say something? Will you explain what adaptive learning is? Some may or may not know. It might help. What do you mean adaptive learning?
That we're talking about our exceptional children population.
Yeah, that might help.
Yes, ma'am. Exceptional children populations. So with the blended learning, the pre-K3, we said enter school on an AB week schedule, Monday through Thursday, with Friday being remote learning for all. Keeping in mind that this situation may change and can change based upon health conditions and based upon experiences. Our hope and our goal is to have all of our children on campus eventually. With phase three, blended learning for pre-K-12 and adaptive curriculum students, which are our EC students, which would be the 3rd and 4th 9 weeks, which would be January the 4th through the 28th. Grades 4 through 8 would enter the school on an AB week schedule, Monday through Thursday, with Friday being remote learning for all. High school students 9-12 would enter the school on an AB week or maybe AB day schedule, Monday through Thursday, with Friday being remote learning for all, if the schedule permits. We know with high school, it's going to take a lot more flexibility than it would be for your elementary or your middle schools. The next document I'm going to briefly cover is going to be the at-a-glance reentry document for curriculum and instruction. And I'm only going to cover the phase one for the remote learning.
which is for the first 9 weeks, which is August the 17th through October the 16th. If you take a look at the document, it specifies the different grade levels, elementary, middle, and high. Then on the left-hand side, it talks about the grade configurations, the type of instruction that will be held during that first 9 weeks, which is the remote learning. It talks about student grouping, that elementary, middle, and high will be remote, flexible grouping assigned by the teacher. The remote instructional platforms would be Seesaw for pre-K only, Google Classroom for K2, and Canvas for grades 3. For our middle school students, it would be straight Canvas Learning Management System, and for our high school students, it will be Canvas Learning Management System as well. Exploratories, Encore, CTE, and resources will be offered during this remote learning. They would be offered using our various platforms, and at this time, would like for our CTE, Art, and Sandy to talk about what would be taking place during that time.
No,
She's going, we can get all of them.
The art
Just a minute, Ms.
education program,
Can you hold it and we get all these here? The question.
well, I was just going to ask if she would define blended learning, so that as we go along, we understand the process.
What is that, Ms. Darlene?
blended learning is where we're using different avenues in which to teach. It could be online and it will be face-to-face. So blended learning is both online and face-to-face instruction.
Ms. Carter?
Thank you. From arts education, which includes visual arts, music, theater, and dance programs. We started in March working towards the fall of this school year. Each one of the state associations for those arts education areas have already started researching and putting out content, resources to help with going forth with either total remote or a blended type of instruction practice. Our teachers have been working to get ready for total remote because that to me seemed like the most, the most extreme case that we was going to start school with. So we have prepared, visual art videos. We're working on music, especially band, because band is an instrument, but we have a lot of student-owned instruments, so students still use the student-owned instruments. The Music Association has put out practices for keeping those instruments clean. And we all have a lot of other curriculum that we can focus on right now that's not just the hands-on, because all the arts education programs focus on history, analyzing, and criticism. So there's all sorts of materials and practices and lessons that all the teachers can be working on that's not just hands-on. So I don't want you to think that just the arts education program is simply making. Okay, it's a whole lot more than just making. So we have a lot of options for teachers, and our teachers have been really working really hard to get ready because they miss their students and they miss being able to offer their students instruction. So it's going to be very beneficial for those kids to have that option when we start school. Any questions?
Let's get to the end, Mr. Herman.
Thank you, Ms. Carter.
Herman.
Mr. Herman.
Let me say good evening to everyone.
Good evening.
On behalf of Career and Technical Education, we have also been looking at options because of the pandemic that we're in. We know students will probably not be on our campuses. And if you know anything about Career and Technical Education, it's predominantly hands-on approach. We were just transitioning statewide to more of a project-based learning approach because the state is trying to do away with all of the 100-item tests that our students have been taking over the last few years, and they want to go to a project-based assessment That means every student in career and technical education will be evaluated on a hands-on project that they have put into place. Well, in order to train them with that, it's going to be hard to a certain degree. You can, as with some of Sandy's art stuff, she can put a packet together, send it out, and they can do an art project. But you can't send out a skill saw or a welding machine to students at home. That's just not going to be feasible because safety's got to come first. So with that, we are going to be doing a lot of digital videos. Our teachers will be putting together safety first videos, demonstrating all the safety that is required for any program area that we are teaching. Then, of course, they will be doing a lot of demonstration videos. And then our task is to create some format of a project that those students will be able to do at home based on the demonstration videos that's been produced. So we know that there's going to be a lot of students missing that hands-on connection in foods labs and welding labs and electrical labs and masonry labs and all that. But as much as possible, we're going to try to do demonstration and even virtual labs. There's a lot of companies out there right now that's producing virtual labs where students can actually wire up a circuit or mix a particular mixture in a cooking virtual lab. Of course, the only problem with that is they're not going to be able to taste that food, okay? But it's still giving them an opportunity to put those things together and see how it turns out. So in the area of our certifications, the state is working real hard to try to get some of the hands-on lab hours waived. We're working real close with Robinson Community College because the community college is going to be able to do some of those virtual hands-on labs on their campus. And we're going to have to work close with them in order to get our students to go over there in small groups, 1 to 2 people, no more than 1 to 2 at a time, in order to get so many hours in that hands-on lab in order to obtain a certification. Because we pride ourselves on getting those students certified to be able to go out into the workforce once they leave the high school. And without the hands-on, some of those requirements are still going to be in place. Our nurse aid students, they're going to have so many contact hours in that lab. Our EMT students, they're going to have some contact time in one of those virtual labs. And we're trying to work on that, trying to get things set so that we won't lose the number of certifications that we've been producing over the last few years.
Thank you, Mr. Roll.
Mr. Craig.
Chairman. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Wait, Mr.
I thought I had made it to my seat.
I'm getting off that easy. Said everybody had to do a project. Will they all do the same project? You got different criteria at CTE, I'm sure.
Yes, it's based on the program of study that they're taking.
Yeah.
And also based on a student that has modifications wouldn't have to do a rigid project as one that doesn't have modifications. So those projects will vary.
Yeah.
Based on those different restrictions and the program areas that we have.
But who would determine that? You? What child has to?
Well, we're going to work with our teachers so that they will be able to make those modifications in those projects.
Yeah.
The state is designing rubrics that will spell out what they have to do in order to obtain a particular score on that particular project.
But based on what you also said, Herman, Dr. Wood, instead of doing a plan C, we're actually doing a plan B and C. If you're talking about these kids with certifications, they still got to go to RCC or they got to go somewhere and have some hands-on. So that's
right.
You're actually doing a little bit, it sounds like. Is that correct?
Right. There will be a virtual simulation lab for students to actually go into. But RCC has that on their campus, and we have worked that out in the past. At last spring, when we closed down, some of our students were able to go over there and finish up some of their hours.
They work out. They work out.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Brown?
Mr. Herman, and, what did we go through? Anyway, concerning our Hispanic community, are you all gonna send out things that they can articulate with? Because I got a lot of questions from some pastors from the Hispanic community today in regards to many of the parents not knowing exactly how to help their children because it was not in Spanish. So how are we addressing that?
Well, most of our courses in the high school level is when the Hispanics come to us, they're pretty much English speaking by then. So, but what we want to do is maybe if there's a student that is taking the course that speaks both languages, we can share them and Zoom them in maybe a Zoom meeting or some sort to help explain what needs to be done with their projects and those type of things.
Mr. Chairman, can I do a follow-up? May I? Some schools I've noticed, only after somebody tagged me into it, are doing YouTubes. And a lot of, not just the Hispanic Latino community, let me say that because I get another text on that if I don't. They are doing that. Are we doing any YouTubes at all when it comes to the CTE courses?
That's what the platform that we're planning to use.
That parents can understand to help their children?
Yes. And also there's, as I said earlier, there's a lot of companies that are producing virtual labs and virtual things that we can purchase that's by language.
And the reason I say that because I'm trying to learn how to do canning.
Okay.
I don't know how. But if the hurricane comes and we're without power, I don't have that much meat in my freezer because I don't like to cook. However, I want to make certain that I know how to do something that not only can help me, in other words, but can help someone else.
And one of our big concerns is our foods teachers, and we are going to work real hard with that particular population to do a lot of those demonstration type things, such as maybe showing them how to preserve.
I was just using it as an example, and I'm not saying teach us how to cook.
What we are going to do, we are planning, we already had meetings about that and planning on those demonstration videos.
Yeah, because I know that's been a lot of concerns because they said there was a survey sent out and many of them took it to their pastor and they didn't know how to explain it to them. So that's why I'm addressing it.
I understand.
Thank you.
Mr. Dr. Manuel, I think, Mr.
Ms.
Manning.
Harmon, will you please try and develop a course called digital, you can call it whatever you want, digital projects. Do you know there is a course, you can even, they put the motor parts there. And people learn to identify the motor parts. And then when you start to put them together, if it's the wrong, to say, but, and you just, what I'm trying to say, can you look at offering some electives where, I'm not saying they got to have it to graduate, they don't have to test on it. Will you look at broadening our scope as to CTE courses students can take as electives? And it can be digital projects, just like you said a while ago, that they had to do projects. Well, you can do digital projects. Will you please look at that for us, please? Digital projects. And you can name the course whatever you want, or student, big bar, whatever, and it could be an elective. I guess I'm trying to open the doors with CTE to be more, broaden their base some, because it's great, but it's just restrictive in like brick mason, this, that, the other. But the doors are wide open for things, and children are very interested in CTE.
Yeah.
They're very interested in it. But that digital projects, oh Lord, you ought to see me trying to put a motor together. Every time I would get a buzzer beat. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Mr. Lawson?
Mr. Herman, you know I'm a supporter of CTE and the staff at the Career Center. My thing is, are the staff gonna be on site when they are teaching this or YouTubing, or tell me where we're going with that?
That is our plan, because like I said, and no offense, academic folks, no offense, for math or language arts, they can post something really easy online, but I can't demonstrate how to use this table saw if I don't have this table saw in front of me.
Right.
So if I'm videoing, I need to be in that setting in order to do that. So our plan is to have those folks in their setting, creating these digital videos in order to be able to send those out to the students.
Well, just like, and I'm gonna use this for an example, when we've all said the plumbing, electrical, carpentry, you know, I get that part, but just like the architect part, well, even some of the fire service that's offered, and the first responders stuff, that it would be most wanted for them to be on site and doing it that way. If there's a question about something, most of the time they have the tools there and can bring them out if there's questions.
We have a digital conference tomorrow with the Office of EMS to talk about the digital EMT program.
Right.
Okay. Sam?
Another question. For some reason that RC says that we can't accommodate to get the certifications, or that's gonna count towards the credit, like they did, instead of have to have 28 credits, are they gonna reduce it back down to 22?
No, that will not count against them. The certification is an additional item to the students' credits. The only one that changed this year because of COVID-19 was our nursing fundamentals course. Some of those students were not able to get that certification because they did not get the hours, but then we could enroll them in a different course that did not require the lab part, hands-on, but they still got the credit.
Anything else from Mr. Harmon?
I just got a thumbs up on what he was saying.
Coming?
Herman and Sandy. The next item on the at a glance is the child nutrition, and it talks about bus delivery, breakfast and lunch, and that parents may pick up breakfast and lunch from our high school. So if you notice, that is for elementary, middle, and high. It talks about start time, end times will be flexible depending on the parents and students' needs, and the schedules will be varied based on the number of teachers at each school level, but will be a full day. So this is the at a glance for the phase 1 for the first 9 weeks, which is remote learning. If you look at your packet, you will have the at a glance for phase 2 and for phase 3, but I won't be reviewing those tonight. And at this time, I'm going to ask Mr. Sinclair to come up, and he's going to talk with you about the schedule.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So with our schedule, we first realized it's going to look totally different, as some people have mentioned. It's going to look totally different from the spring. In the spring, we were instructed by CDPI not to release any new instruction, to only do review material, and to only offer our students feedback on the work that they were completing. This is the beginning of a new school year, and so the expectations is that we are giving new instruction, we are making sure that our students are getting all the services that they need, and that we are running full days of school based on the recommendations that we have received so far. If you look in your packet in that sample remote learning schedule, you will see that one of the important things that we are making sure of with our teachers is that they are identifying the standard that is to be taught to their students. They're making sure that the students are aware of the learning targets, and they have a specific sequence of instruction that they must follow every day for their students. At the bottom, you will see a table of expectations as it relates to the class time and workload requirements for students. For a high school level, we are recommending that they complete 1 hour of work per day per course. So that's a total of just 4 hours per day. For our middle school, they have 45 minutes per course with breaks. Elementary school 3-5, 30 minutes per core course with breaks. and primary pre-K2 is 1 hour with short breaks. And these are the recommendations that came from us from the state level and from various other resources that we researched and said what was the appropriate amount of time for remote learning. At this time, Dr. Evans will come up and she will review the elementary sample schedules that we have. And one note for their sample schedules before she starts is that all of our principals will be given the flexibility to modify the schedule as it fits the students and their teachers at their school. Okay, so this is just a sample schedule that will be released to the principals that they will be able to modify as needed.
Chairman Lowry, Superintendent Wooten, board members, good evening.
Good evening.
In front of you, we have the elementary remote sample schedules. We have two. What we have is a very generic sample schedule, and then we have a more specific. It depends on your school structure and your school size. We have St. Paul's Elementary School, which has 1,000 students, and then we have a smaller elementary school, which may have 300 to 400 students. So depending on their scheduling and their size, and some schools have smaller class sizes, some have larger class sizes, it's going to depend on their scheduling. So we decided to go with two different schedules. And it also gives the principals a little bit of discretion in how they schedule things. As you can see, we're going to start each day with a class meeting. What we've talked about in talking with our principals is the class meeting would probably, for elementary school, be something that is pre-recorded, videotaped for the students to watch. It is not going to be synchronous. I don't know about you guys, but if we got 20 elementary students on a G Meet at a time, they would probably be more interested in speaking to each other than paying attention to what's going on the screen. So that would be something we would ask them to videotape ahead of time, and the students would watch independently. So even though we have it for the morning time, it might not be exactly at 8:15 in the morning. But that might be when the student is with their parent or whatever time they could do it. So even though we have it at that time, it might be at a different time. The important thing about this is when we said 1 hour. The 1 hour for the most part, and we've seen from our jump start, I hope some of you guys have seen some of the pictures on our Facebook page about our jump start instructions. We've noticed that we have small groups of 4 and 5 students working in G Meets with our students. That's where the instruction is going to take place. We're going to have a lot of videos uploaded, and that's going to be your asynchronous instruction, where the students will go on and it can be pre-recorded things. But the synchronous instruction will take place in small G Meets or Google Meets, and that will be small group instruction. And that'll be, as you can guys will see, these are very specific times, but the principal is going to actually, and the teacher is going to have to schedule that around the student schedule, the parent schedule, and the teacher schedule. So we're going to have to work together to get these done.
Sarah, will you explain that big word asynchronous, please?
Asynchronous is when synchronous is when everybody's doing it together, and asynchronous is at different times.
Thank you, madam.
Do you guys have any questions? Once again, these are samples, and they will be changing them at their discretion.
Any questions?
Any questions?
When you say they, are you speaking of the principals?
The principals and grade levels is just going to depend. A lot of our grade levels will be working together on the same lesson plans because, as you guys are also aware, we have done K2 pacing guides this year, and we have the fast track and all that, so.
I just wanted it, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted that stated because I received a comment, so, thank you.
Any more questions?
Roy?
Yes, sir.
You asked a question earlier about the contract from state level with virtual training. How does that fit in, or is this part of the process?
They go to middle school.
When we get to the middle school and the high school, we'll get to that.
Okay.
Okay?
Venture?
Is there an accounting piece involved in this to make sure
That
that really
everybody.
gets done?
Yeah, the accountability will go back to the school with the principal overseeing the lessons and how each student will be going back to the principal. That won't be at the central office level, so the principal will have to oversee each teacher and make sure he's meeting with those students.
Mr. Terry, then Mr. Simmons.
Yes.
Terry?
And at the elementary level, this will be done through Google Classroom?
We'll have Google Classroom set up, so all of the asynchronous, all the synchronous lessons will be done through Google Classroom. So their work will be done through Google Classroom, and the asynchronous instruction, when the teachers are meeting with them, or the synchronous instruction, I'm sorry, when they're meeting, will be done through G Meets, and the asynchronous will be done through Google Classroom.
Okay, so earlier you mentioned the pacing guide. What will teachers be given in terms of resources? So when they log into their Google Classroom for the first time, what's gonna?
We have a plethora of resources.
Okay.
Right now, we have iReady, which is our digital resource. We're using Tumble Books. If you've logged in at all to our Facebook page and have seen what we've been doing with Jumpstart, we have all those things hyperlinked already in the pacing guide. So once you click on it, all of that is already hyperlinked in. So once the teacher clicks on it, all of these resources come up, and the teachers can share their screens, and they can share it with the students, and even the worksheets, the YouTube links, everything we have is hyperlinked in, so the student will be able to see it as well as the teacher.
So essentially, no matter where a student is throughout the county, they'll be getting a very similar experience.
Yes.
Right?
That was the purpose of the instructional pacing guides.
Yes.
I would have.
Mr. Simmons had a question.
I'll just make sure you've seen you.
Okay. You good?
Yeah.
Ms. Evans, Dr. Evans, excuse me.
Yes.
And you might be going to touch on it later on. There was some discussion last week about providing instruction past this 3 o'clock or 1 o'clock in the evening, or is that going to come later on? If it is, just don't worry about it now.
That is going to come later on.
Fine.
We were talking about teachers having, if you'll notice, these schedules all end at like 12:30 or 1 o'clock for the instruction. And that is because we're asking teachers to have office hours at least 2 days a week after school. And so that will be in the evening hours for the teachers, for the parents that do not get off work at such a time. And that'll come later in the meeting.
That's fine. Thank you. Anything else, Dr. Emmanuel?
Dr. Evans, and you all may have this. I was looking at one school system, and they have what they call a media center. And their teachers, part of their assignment, they have to read stories, and it goes on like a system web page, and they have to act those stories out with inflection. Some of them even have costumes, and they stored. And all the children in the district can pull up a teacher reading a story. I guess what I'm saying, that personal touch, teachers may not always have the time to read stories, but that would be a neat idea for you to implement, that everybody all over the system, I mean, the K-3 teachers and anybody else that would like to, volunteers, just read the stories and store them, but they put inflection, and some have costumes, and you know how some people are excellent storytellers, just to put it out there where kids can pull it up and have 30 minutes in the media center.
Penguin Random House has actually extended their usage rights so that teachers can actually read a book aloud until December 31st, and we've posted that in a couple of places till December 31st. So a teacher can actually read aloud to students and post it in a private platform. So if a teacher wants to, they can actually do what you're talking about, read with prosody to students and video themselves while they're doing it, and they can post it in their Google Classroom. They cannot view it, they cannot post it publicly, like on Facebook, but they can post it in their Google Classroom so that students can see.
Think about we having our own media center.
Yeah, and that's what that's like. Exactly.
But I'd rather hear you read a story than somebody from Random House.
Me too.
No, what I'm saying, the teacher can video herself reading it.
Oh,
So
okay.
Penguin Random House has extended their license. It's kind of like they are giving you the rights to do it.
But can a child with RBD view you reading the story and you at
Like I can video
Tanglewood?
myself. Yes, I can video myself reading a Penguin Random House book right now
Right.
with prosody, and I can video myself. I can dress up. I can do whatever I want to do. I can video myself, and I can post it in my Google Classroom.
Okay, can you do a central platform somewhere where you can start dumping those
As long as it is
stories?
closed, it cannot be posted publicly.
Publicly, that's right.
So a teacher can do it for her classroom only.
Why? If it's our employees.
Usage rights,
Yeah.
copyright
That's
laws.
right. User right, that's right.
Okay.
Thank you.
But they graciously extended the rights for that.
Gracious.
And we have Tumble Books, which is something that Tumble Books will read to children, and it is actually read with prosody. Yes.
Mr. Henry and then Mr. Terry.
With the tutor, after these hours, gonna be some flexibility for tutors to assist with those programs? And if we do, how are we looking at?
Now, I can't answer the question about tutoring. I can only answer the questions about our schedules.
Yeah, Mr. Yeah, we have not had a chance to work with our principals on the after-school programs, but that is definitely going to be addressed once we do have our session with our principals, because that question has come up several times.
Would there be an incentive for them to do that, like in a pay, or?
That is, I mean, we can't answer that today because we
Okay.
have budgets. But in the past, if schools were allotted after-school funding, then they did, they were allowed to pay the teachers, yes, sir.
Mr. Terry?
Could you tell me one more time what the difference is between teacher-led instruction and small group instruction?
Okay, the teacher-led would be like if I video myself and I post it. And that would be the teacher-led instruction, because it's still teacher-led, even though it is being viewed by the student by themselves.
So that's the asynchronous piece, right? Okay.
Asynchronous, yes.
Okay. One more question,
And
if you
this
don't mind.
chart has actually been updated since we posted it here, so that's with, what you see in the blue and the yellow there is actually Monday, Tuesday.
Okay, okay.
And it's been updated since you've gotten it. We've
Okay.
been working.
Yeah. So and on the back end with the Google Classroom system, we'd have access to analytics and that sort of thing?
Yes.
Okay,
So you can actually see who's logged in, who's done what work. You can actually see all of that on the back end.
for the connectivity piece, I know we mentioned like buses and those sorts of, those sorts of access points. Are we going to synchronize these access points with the times in which students need that synchronous connectivity?
That's a technology, and I'm pretty sure Ms. Karen, when we get to her section, she'll cover that information.
Okay.
I think that may be a little difficult to do, though, if the principals are going to have autonomy over adjusting these schedules on their own, and some of that. And don't mean to talk over what you would say, Ms. Karen, but they would see where, if it affected multiple locations, it might be difficult to have them there for everybody.
And we're going to try to do the synchronous instruction. We're going to try to schedule it kind of like we did with Jumpstart. We're going to offer it at different times. And that worked really well this summer when we offered it at different times and everybody signed up for a specific time. And when they do that, they're showing up for their time. And if they're not showing up for a time, the teacher is actually calling and saying, hey, you are not here at this time. And that worked.
So that means that teachers may have to teach certain lessons more than once,
They'll teach the same lesson 3 to 4 times a day.
3 to 4 times a day, okay.
It
Dr.
depends-
Wooten?
And it honestly depends on the school, and that's what we talked about, being flexible. So one school may just have one content area teacher, one science teacher, or another school may have 5 that teach the same thing. So we know we're gonna have to be flexible, look at how many teachers are at each school, access. We know we're gonna have to work with parent schedules. So we're just gonna have to get everyone to understand. We have to meet those needs. They're gonna be different times during the day, so.
But the synchronous instruction is going to be very similar to what we're doing with the Jumpstart right now. And that was kind of like our test model for the synchronous.
Ms. Brenda?
Dr. Locklear?
Yes.
And all of our K-8 principals was included in this discussion? Or to put it?
No, just the task force principal.
All of the task, who are the task force principals?
If you look on the front of your book there, yes, and once we have our principals meeting, we'll go over all this information.
Okay, thank you.
So the next 2 schedules we're just going to go over briefly is the middle school sample schedule. First, we know that the time constriction for middle school was 45 minutes per course. So when you glance over that schedule, on Mondays and Wednesdays on our teacher-led instruction days, those courses are 45 minutes each, and we're giving them a 15-minute break. You also see that we put a period in there for exploratory, and we are offering office hours during the day. We're offering them twice during the day. That way, if a student cannot make it to a certain time period, that they also have them available at another time. On Tuesday, when we're doing a small group instruction, then we're splitting those kids up and we're kind of offering that tutoring and reinforcement for 20 minutes during that period or so to reinforce what we taught on the day before. Because it's going to be a lot to get those kids if we're broadcasting to a Google Meet and we're trying to instruct those kids. It's a lot and some kids may miss something. So the next day is meant to kind of go back, make sure that they get it before we move forward. On that day, you'll also see that the school day ends as far as instruction at 1:30, and we put in there on the sample schedule for office hours to be offered from 6 to 7:30 p.m. One of the concerns was always, well, what if that parent is at work and they still want to communicate with the teacher, or they want to be there to help their child later on? Those office hours are there for that teacher to be available to any student that needs help or their parents to ask any questions. The high school schedule is similar to the middle school schedule. The difference is, again, we do not put in the exploratory part because that will be one of their actual courses that they would have. And the other difference is the time period is different. Like they have an hour per course versus the 45 minutes. But again, we're still offering the office hours during the day. That way the students can communicate with their teachers. And then we have those office hours in the evening on Tuesdays and Thursdays. We did have a meeting last week with virtual public schools. And with that, we're still in discussion with how that's going to work, especially for our high school courses and how they can offer that. And that would alleviate some of the issues that our high school teachers may have with grading multiple students' work, having multiple sections and things like that. Because if we can move some of our students to virtual public schools, that will work out better for us. So we're still in discussion to acquire the virtual public schools for some of our students.
Questions?
Should that be incorporated as if we had a teacher out sick, or is that an example that the virtual from state level would assist us?
But when we're looking at a teacher being out sick, what's going to happen in that situation is that principal we have a teacher out sick, that teacher would assign another teacher, that principal would assign another teacher to kind of step in and fill in for that teacher that day. When we go to blended learning, and it's a week when the teacher is supposed to be, or the kids are supposed to be in school, then we will have a substitute in that class, but it will still be led by a certified teacher. So when we're talking about virtual public school, that is a student being enrolled in a course for that semester. That's always their teacher. So it's not in the case of a teacher getting sick, it's more so of we're enrolling that student in the course for the semester.
Anything else? Mr. Terry?
This is on the Canvas platform, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So K2 is Google Classroom, and grades 3 through 12 are all operating on the Canvas learning management system.
Okay. For the high school level, are we developing master courses in Canvas?
We're in the process of that. That's been something that we have discussed, but again, we're going from this step now. The next step is hopefully by next summer, we'll have that part in there. But we do have master teachers that are kind of working on material that will be pushed out into the commons area so other teachers can grab it and pull it into the course.
And that'll be ready for the first 8 weeks, or the first 9 weeks? That'll be.
It probably will not be ready for the first semester. That's something that we're working on that because once the first step was getting all the pacing guides in and making sure. So it's been a process and steps that we went through.
So in this situation, it sounds like, on the Canvas side, students may, if you're taking the same course at one school, a student at one school versus a student at another school taking the same course may have a little bit different experience than what we discussed for K2.
Right. So far, what we've done in high school as far as pacing guides and making sure that we have some type of consistency across the districts, we have an English 2, a Math 1, a Math 3, and a Biology pacing guide. So those classes, which are our EOC courses, those classes do have pacing guides that they're going to follow on there. Everything else is, we haven't got to the point where we can develop pacing guides for everyone yet.
Okay.
Okay.
When a high school teacher logs into Canvas, just say they're teaching something other than one of those courses, what will they have in their shell?
So in the commons, there are multiple things that are already prepared for them that they can kind of research and go. And whenever we go through the training with our teachers, some of them have already taken the Canvas training so that they can go through and look and see the things that are out there that may be modules and things that have already been created that fits their coursework that they can just pull in. But again, with the training that our digital specialists have done over the summer with Canvas and things like that, some of our other teachers have already developed some materials, and we've been in contact with them about sharing that to the commons in order to pull over.
So you're mostly talking about the general Canvas Commons, the one that everybody has access to.
Right, and you
Not-
get it, and you know, you can edit it and make it your own.
Mhm, and not necessarily, you know.
PSRC
Right,
specific.
got you. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Gentry?
Are we able to measure parent buy-in to this process, this instructional delivery virtually? How well do we know that the parents are behind and supportive?
Well, we have, we're gonna have a presentation here in just a few minutes, and we're gonna go over some, analysis with you.
Mr. Simmons and Mr. Terry?
How you gonna fit the TAs in this program?
That's Ms. Bernie?
TAs.
That's coming, public coming.
Okay, so, I forgot I was doing middle school too. I had so many high school questions, I forgot. Okay, so with our TAs, even when it goes down to our elementary school, they are involved in that Google Classroom process. They are involved in the Canvas as a teacher. And so when we go to our small group instruction and things like that, they're still assisting those kids one-on-one to give them the extra help that they need. So everything that they would do in the classroom, they're still doing it, they're just doing it virtually. And so that part will come in collaboration at the school level between the principal, between the general ed teacher, the TA, everyone working together in order to make sure that every kid is getting addressed and we can give the kids everything that they need.
Is there some sort of general consensus countywide in terms of testing? You know, if you're not necessarily into grade test or anything, if they're just taking regular tests that they would be taking if they were face to face, what's the consensus on proctoring, or how is testing going to be? How are we going to ensure that there's no discrepancies?
So with our assessment pieces there, and Mr. Bobby can help me out in this case in point with anything with accountability. But as far as the teacher side of it, we really have to trust our students to kind of go by that honor code of making sure, same way how now we offer classes in PSRC online, that we have the accountability, we're giving them assessments. We just have to trust that honor code that, hey, they're doing the work, no one's doing it for them in that part. But as far as any other accountability and testing things, Mr. Bobby can address that part as far as virtually.
If we wanted to do some sort of monitoring in terms of if we wanted to give a test and say, okay, during the teacher-led synchronous time, we're going to have a test today at 9:30. And I'm going to proctor it, you know, as a teacher. Do we have access to anything where the teacher could actually like view their screens and okay.
Yeah.
So we have that.
And one of the things that you could do is like if we're doing an assessment, and I know that I've heard that over the spring and stuff, we had ACT, SAT tests that were kind of given that same way, where you had to kind of video in and the teacher could see everyone on their screen at the same time taking the assessment.
So they can see their video, their webcam, their video headshot, and their screen?
They can't see everything at the same time.
Okay, so it's one or the other?
Right.
And we have our instructional facilitators that can help answer some of those questions. They're next on the agenda, so we can go ahead and let them chime in.
So in concerns to testing and locking down stuff, in Google Classroom as well as in Canvas, it can be locked down completely so that as they are testing here next to each other, or whether they're at home or back, it won't matter. It's the fact that it can be kiosked out so they can't go onto the web. They can't get in and out. So once they're locked on that screen, they're ready to start. So there are things in play at the district level that can easily be helpful for that teacher. And as we've done professional development throughout the summer, the 6 courses, we have gone through Google Classroom for pre-K2 all the way through Canvas training, different levels for grades 3-12, to be able to be successful in doing some of those things. Specifically for Google Forms and how to set it up for a quiz.
In terms of legality, is there any issues with accessing those webcams?
Get a little bit more detail.
Do we have any issue? Do we have to sign some sort of agreements, or from the parents, or?
SIPA and COPA, we have internet agreement forms that go at the beginning of the year, which the media person at that school usually takes care of. That's going to be forms that are going to be billed virtually that teachers are going to have to do in the beginning and the upfront part, or it could be part of when they pick their device up, signatures are done then. But that's done every year. It has to be renewed every year for media purposes as well as internet and meeting those federal guidelines, especially since you're talking about SIP, which is K-12, and you're talking about COPA, which is up to 13.
That also, the internet use agreement is placed inside of Destiny, so that documentation and that data flows with that student inside of Follett with Destiny. To support or answer part of the question with Mr. Sinclair about the Commons, we actually created a PSRC template that all teachers who took the course, and as well as where we've gone to schools and trained, we've actually pushed that template out. So that the whole of it, as you were mentioning earlier, that represents where we push it in and they're not starting from a blank slate.
Thank you.
Here it is.
Thank you.
Stephanie, I want to go ahead. Yeah. That tied right on in there, Terry.
Hopefully, go ahead and pull up one of our training courses that you'll be able to see the template in, and we'll go ahead and give you a bird's eye view in.
The district actually supported training when we first adopted Canvas a couple of years ago. And they actually, Instructional came out and did summer training for our teachers and principals. It was not as effective as we wanted it to be, so what we technically did was we sat down as a group and spent hours doing it the Robco way. So because we know how our teachers learn, we adapted and pushed out documentation on step-by-step procedures on how to actually create these courses, so that our teachers would learn the way that we know that they can learn.
Go back to So one of the courses that we're actually teaching this summer is Canvas Intermediate. Okay. And so this is what Canvas looks like as a whole. So when that student, or for us, it's our teachers, go through here, they're going to actually start to see what this course is about. And this is what it will look like for that student. So interchangeable in the sense of our students are our teachers versus what is here. So here on this left-hand side are the variables that they need to be able to function and feel comfortable. And as you go down, they're going to get a bird's eye view of what they're going to be learning. So we've chunked everything so it's in small pieces for them so that they can digest it and be successful in doing it. And then further down is our contact info. So they have one-on-one connection, whether it's on a phone or on an email or a Google Meet, and it's throughout the whole day. So we don't start at 9 and leave at 5. It's at their leisure of what they need. We set up those times, sometimes in small groups, sometimes in big audiences, depends on what they need, and sometimes one-to-one. So for a student that is coming into this environment, this will be minimal so they know exactly where to go. They have the capability to have announcements, like for what we do with our teachers. With our teachers, we have, as they're introduced to a course, they have a Google Meet with live stream as an introduction where they get to meet the three of us, as well as ask as many questions as they want inside this platform. Then on a given day during that week, we have also a Google Meet using YouTube live stream and then asking the Q&A session of it all. So as they're going through their coursework in the modules, then they have that capability to ask all the questions that they've been having. Now for us over the summer, we're doing a course a week, but it's self-paced for them because everybody has their own way of learning. And so they'll have until August 15th to truly finish that coursework. And then as always, they get a CEU credit, which is teaching and learning credit, with that technology credit to do their certification. And then here in module is the actual coursework. So this overarching bar that's right here is considered a module. And as you drop down, they'll have their actual assignments. We've given them a video to watch. We've given them a printable written doc so that they can print it if they wanted to, or see it in that print form. And then we've given them an assignment to show that they've actually mastered that skill. So as they go through the different modules, at the end, they have the capability of that staff evaluation form, which for the three of us as teachers is really important. It gives us that feedback, what we need to work on, what we need to do better for the next courses that we develop, and what they liked about it. Some people loved every bit of it. Some people gave us some really good feedback in the sense of the size of the video, what it looked like, how it was and stuff. Once they finish that staff evaluation, they have a certificate of completion and what they need to go to My Rewards for staff development. And then lastly, the best part is that badge. They've earned a badge for kudos for them so that they can move on to that next course. That's just one of those courses that we actually worked through this summer.
And Ms. Lisa, how many have we trained so far as of today?
So as of right now, we have about almost 1,050 teachers that are enrolled so far. We have 2 courses going this week, we have 2 courses next week, and we're going all the way through August 6th. So the last date, which is August 10th or so, and then they'll have that extra week of required days. Yes, sir.
So it's 1,050 that have at least logged in?
They've logged in, we can see the analytics behind it, we can see the data and how they're doing, and between 3 of us handling the amount of emails, questions, concerns, Canvas inboxes and such, and being able to do a 24-hour turnaround.
How many completed so far?
Maybe a total of 400, possibly 5, depending on where we're at, and we still have more to go.
We actually have prerequisites set, so it's locked until they go to the module. We have requirements set that they must complete that in specific time before moving on to the next module inside of it.
The state requires attendance. But if a student doesn't attend the courses day to day, what do we have in place as far as like a report for accountability? And is it the same across, is it going to be the same across the school system?
It depends upon how those teachers want to set their coursework. Is it something that gets turned in every day, like a starter or an exit ticket? Is it something that they're going to have a whole week to work on because of that connectivity issue, because of the situation at the house, or when they can get on and off? So it's going to be, this is where it gets a little creative for the teacher and how they choose to teach the material. But there are reports that teachers can see in the sense of logging in and see where their students are and have they logged in and such. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Okay.
There still needs to be a deadline though, even though you're being a little variable for the child, at some point, he or she needs to know
Yes.
it ends now.
Yes, so for every assignment that is given, that teacher has that capability to put a deadline or due date for different assignments. And on this teacher view, or excuse me, on the student view, on the right-hand side, just like it is here, we have a nice little to-do list. They have a to-do list also, so it's there as a reminder of different things that they're doing. So there are different due dates that they can set as a teacher to get done.
It also pushes to their calendar as well and gives them notifications because we have set up the app for Canvas for student, parent, as well as teacher.
Stephanie, can you talk about the parent piece? Because I know that question came up.
Sure. It's kind of in the remote. Can we just
Whenever you
into
get there.
that? Okay, so, our remote learning guide, because we knew that remote learning has to look different for the upcoming school year. We are designing, which is a work in progress, a guide to assist our schools. We started with our tips for creating, remote lessons. And what we did here was, we talked about the content to begin with, chunking the time or breaking the content, like what would you actually do with your modules? It's easier for you to put things together than have so many individual assignments. Make sure that we're scheduling student check-in times, checking weekly with your students and touching base with them. Google Meet is a really good tool for that. Make sure you're giving your parents time. Communication is really key because of their work schedules. We have Class Dojo as well as a remind tool for our communication. Creating online assessments. We have Google Forms, we have Canvas quizzes that we can utilize as well as SchoolNet. SchoolNet will connect to Canvas for our grades 3 through 12. Promote collaboration between our students. What can we do so that students are working in groups? You have Google Docs for your collaboration.
You have your Canvas discussion boards where they can actually have threads and discuss things and be flexible. We know that students have unique needs and we need to look at those on an individual basis. We wanted to talk about what remote learning is versus what it is not. We're not looking for busy work, just worksheets to put inside of an actual course itself. We want the delivery of the instruction to be supportive. It needs to have rigor. And we're looking for quality of work versus quantity. It doesn't matter how much that work is as long as we are, our students are growing. Our next area we looked at were our guidelines for our pre-K2. We have expectations. We have expectations for our grades 3A and 9-12. In each one of those, we have lesson expectations, what we expect. And just like Mr. Sinclair was talking about the instruction, our limited time, we're reiterating those things. We've added in our MTSS in there as well about our differentiation and what we should be doing as far as our content. Our communication expectations. How often should you be in contact with the students? Contacting, planning, and making sure that those directions are clear for the students and the parents. And as well, our grading expectations per subject. We're focusing on the mastery of the content, which is very important. And we always want to take into account the unique barriers that our students have. This is for our grades 3A, which is the same, pretty much the same thing, as well as our 9-12. We have all three of those same areas. We do have guidelines for our exceptional children. This is a work in progress as well with our EC department. Our English learners, we're trying to cover every type of learner that we have. We have our lesson expectations as well. As far as our grading expectations, they would refer back to whatever specific grade level that student was in. Our MTSS guidelines, where we're providing support as far as classroom support, emotional support for our students. Intervention, when possible, listed there. We also are working on our state school board documents that teachers and schools can reference back to, and the key points that are addressed by our state in reference to the grading for pre-K 3 or grades 4-8 and for 9-12. Lastly, this is our communication area, our pre-K 2. These are ways that our district is supporting communication to our stakeholders through phone conferences, email, our Google Meet, our Google Classroom, which does require a PSRC Gmail account to log in. We have Class Dojo, as well as Remind for our messaging, text messaging communication. Our grades 3A, that transitions a little bit differently. We still do have the phone conference and the Gmail and Google Meet, but then we focus more on our Canvas. We have our apps for our parents as well as our students. And with those apps, the parents can actually be an observer in that class. They can actually see what's going on. They can know what's going on, as well as our parent portal. They do get notifications for those things as well. Remind is also a good communication tool for grades 3-8, and then we transition to the same model for grades 9 through 12. We're going to transition over and discuss the part about parents. How are we meeting the entire stakeholder component? And with that, we're looking at digital tools, which Lisa's going to take us into on the student view. And this is going to be made public. Even though it's created in Canvas, it's private right now. We're going to transition it to make it public, which means someone can access it in areas of our website, social media. They can even Google search and be able to find it. So that we've called it digital tools. It's specifically geared for the audience of the parent, the guardian, and per recommendation of Dr. Robert, simplistic. We wanted to make sure no matter what education background, how old anybody was, that would be assisting our students, that they would have that capability to get them there. So this is called Lighting Our Way. As you scroll down inside here, they will have the access to 3 buttons. So depending on the grade level of that student, they'll be able to then help assist that student log in or to do anything that is blending our digital learning in and inside the classroom. Today, we're going to demonstrate for you the pre-K through 2. So they'll click on that green button. And inside here, they will have the capability of the 5 things on the right-hand side to be able to choose from. Inside here, they'll have digital citizenship. Google Meet is going to be that face-to-face, whether small instruction or a whole class environment. Google Classroom will be that classroom stream and flow of content and coursework. Gmail is going to be another way to communicate. Even at our smallest little babies at pre-K, they have an email account, even though we know that adult is going to be navigating through that. But as there needs to be documents given, it will be there for them. And then NC Ed Cloud is that rapid identity, their way to get into Power School, their way to get to Canvas as they exceed and go through the different grade levels, as well as grading components so they can see. And then it also has SchoolNet, as I know some second grade will be using SchoolNet as a testing bank. Today, we're going to go into digital citizenship here down at the bottom. And we've pushed it in here so that you can see that on the teaching side, there is going to be 6 components that are covered inside digital literacy and teaching our students how to navigate safely and effectively on the web and just in internet atmosphere, so to say. And the beauty of it is that it helps our parents understand it as well. And each of our little creatures that we have there, first of all, it's columns based on grade. So we have pre-K and kindergarten together. We'll have first grade and then second grade. And then based on the topic is the color code of our little creature that is here. And when they click on, when you click on here, it's going to link to a video. And then they're going to learn via that video what it all entails. So it's user-friendly, it's easy and accessible, and it's bright and colorful for them. It's something they're going to remember as they're going through their classroom coursework and whatever it is. And again, right now, it's a document that we are forever using and building up for our students. Any questions?
I got a question about Canvas, where TAs taught to teach Canvas.
We actually are creating a course for beginner teachers as well as TAs.
Okay.
As well as principals.
And Mr. Chairman?
Brenda?
And Ms. Lisa, I thank you for saying what the parents can understand. That tells me we're not leaving any of our students out. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. It's important to realize that a lot of our parents may not be 40, 50 years old. They may truly be in their 70s. They may have grandchildren that they're help raising because mom's working or dad's doing. And it's important for them to understand how to use it. So the tools that we're trying to push out in this digital tools course is really aimed for a very direct way and a very, I don't want to use the word simple because it's not even effective. Just a nice way to explain how to get from point A to point B. Be effective and get that child into the program or whatever it is they need to do effectively so that they can learn. They shouldn't be tied up for 30 minutes trying to log into something.
Right.
You want that 30 minutes spent well.
Right.
One of the things that helped us in creating something for parents is when we first went out for remote learning within the first week, we had those grandparents that were calling us on the phone. And we had to guide them through how to connect to Google Classroom. And the benefit from that was so worth it, you know, all the hours put into it, because she was so thankful that she had finally gotten help to be able to access that for her grandson.
Right.
Is the intent for the child to be able to log on themselves, or is it parent assistance?
Okay, I'll talk as a parent who has a 6-year-old at the house, okay? He's learning in the past 4 months what the passcode is for his email so he can log into a computer. But it's taking that patience and that time. So for your little people, it's gonna just take time. And again, my kindergartners don't know how to read. They're learning how to read. So they really do need that assistance. But once they're in it, for instance, Letterland, it's a program that they use in kindergarten to help to help learn the phonetics of how to read and know their letters, okay? Once he's in the program, he's golden. But to get him there, he needs help.
Right.
Because the at robinson.k12.nc.us, it's letter recognition on a keyboard, it's understanding. So the little ones, especially pre-K2, yes, they're gonna need a little help. And that's why those videos for those parents are really gonna be very important for them, because then they can see it. They can see the video, they can pause it, they can do. They can see it, they pause, they can do. As they get in that first grade, they know how to read a little bit. If you give them that guided direction, it might take time for them to do it, but they can do it. And then by second grade, they're starting to get introduced to SchoolNet. They're starting to get ready for testing for third grade. They can handle it. So it's just a gradual shift, and it takes time.
The hardest transition for a first grader that I saw going in to observe some classes where a teacher needed some assistance with technology was the at robinson.k12.nc.us. Everything else they were able to go right through. It was just the last part of the email address. Because, you know, they're technically used to logging in with that through AR and other programs that we have.
So to answer Mr. Simmons' question, I didn't forget about you, Mr. John. For our beginning of the school, for our pre-K, K1, those packets will have to be developed for those students because they're not going to be able to log on. Because first of all, the kindergartners, they're going to be brand new to school. So we have been working with our principals, getting input from them. How can the print shop help you to get those packets put together? So just like we did it at the onset of the COVID-19 in March, we were able to work with our principals, get those packets out to the kids. So yes, that will be addressed. Yes, sir.
And we're going to also have some support for our parents with logging on and things like that. We're going to offer some type of hotline or YouTube stream, as well as Google Meet, to be able to, longer hours for us to be able to support our stakeholders.
Dr. Emmanuel, you have a question?
This might be a question for Dr. Dardine and Dr. Robert. You know, 20% or maybe more of our people still can't connect to a computer. Are we still going to do hard copies, or where are we with that notion now?
Because we know, that's what I was just telling Mr. John. I know for the primary grades, but we want to make sure that we meet the needs of all of our students. So we may have to take the first few weeks and prepare those packets, but that's a conversation we're going to have with our principals at that first session. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Terry?
Who's going to be responsible for, or is there a process for going out and evaluating or taking a look at each of the sites, each of the Canvas sites? And is that going to be like a one-time thing where it's looked at the beginning of the 9 weeks, or is there going to be a process for going on and checking these sites regularly?
We have two tools. The first one is a Google form. This is actually a walkthrough for the course. So technically, at the beginning of a 9 weeks, at the beginning of a semester, the principal or administration would actually use this rating scale at the bottom, and they would rate the course itself, not looking at the teacher or the students. Like, what do I see for our goals and our objectives? Are they clearly stated? And then that's on a scale. And then we move down to the expectations for the students. Is there copyright materials, which we're going to help the teachers in that area as well? Resources available for them. Is there a syllabus? And for those who are younger students, a parent letter there to support the parents. In the next area of instructional design, you take a look at the instruction inside of there. Is the course designed for the understanding of all student needs? The assessments that are given as well. The units, are they aligned? Do they have a logical sequence to them? The students, as far as the activities, are they engaging for the students? Are they collaborative? Then as we move down, we have another area which we talk about student assessments. When we start looking at our strategies and tools for that, are we making them aware of whether they're mastering the content or not? Our grading policy, are there rubrics there? What's the rationale for that? Then lastly, we have our technology area. Is everything consistent? Is it clear for the student to navigate and get through things easily? And again, copyright comes up again with technology as well. And then they have an area for additional notes that they may want to add things.
And this is for the principal?
That is for the principal.
Okay, so what kind of training did they receive in order to?
It's forthcoming. Right now, we were getting, as everyone says, boots on the ground, right? It's forthcoming as we move forward. Right now, we know going back to school, whether remote setting, whatever it is, those teachers are the prime focus. We need to make sure they're teaching, they have the tools they need to be able to be successful. So this summer, those 6 courses that we offered were strictly not just for teachers, anyone could have taken. However, it was really geared towards them. Because come August 17th, teachers got to teach our students.
We also haven't trained principals either because we want their feedback as well, Dr. Cummings. I think that you guys were going to get their feedback to see if that is what, would be supportive with them and if we need to make changes. The other walkthrough that we have is geared more toward the teacher itself and really critiquing the teacher as well as the student. This is like a blended learning walk through where we concentrate on 3 different areas. We have the teacher role in each one of our sections. We have the look fors, what should the principal be looking for in those areas? And then specific questions in our learning management systems, the principals will be an observer. They will be able to go in and see things so they technically could chime in and ask student questions, such as what objective is the digital lesson? Like they should know their objectives or what we're learning at that time. When is something due? That's specific for the content. Our direct instruction, are we using our time wisely? That would be on the teacher side. What type of small group instruction are we using? Our next area is our student reflection and ownership. How are you keeping track of your online materials? Like, is there a interactive notebook that you have? Down at the bottom, our next areas are our data-driven decisions. Like, as far as the teacher, are they making sure that they're meeting the needs or the minimum due dates of assignments that are actually assigned to the students? Data walls, are there data walls? Because those can be created as well inside of those courses. And lastly, we have the environment and the engagement. Are there word walls? Word walls digitally? What percentage of students are working independently? And then some type of question is, what's your favorite thing about blended learning that you could ask the students? And then, of course, our principals have an area for overall classroom impression. What did you think of that classroom?
Mr. Dwayne, sing your hand.
And I know this might be a little off right here, maybe somebody can answer this question right here. So how and will there be attendance involved with kids? Could you elaborate? Or
As far
is
as
it early in the game?
As far as Canvas for grades 3-12, there's documentation in the background for keeping track of those things. As far as logging in, how much activity is there. On Google Meets, there is an extension where a spreadsheet can be developed. Like if we were to have a Google Meet at this point, there's a spreadsheet that once somebody logs in, it calculates attendance for those.
Okay.
And concerns,
Chairman.
it's on a whole scale, that's Power School, and then that would refer back to that Power School department and how they are going to be taking attendance, that we think back to the state.
Yeah, and how it would trickle down from going from teachers, okay, is everybody in, or how are they able to keep up with it, in other words? So that's, yeah.
Okay. Ms. Brenda?
Miss Erica, Dr. Woodland. I love what I hear tonight, and I thank God that I was able to attend some of the committee meetings on last week. It stops me from talking so much. But financially, where do we stand in making all of this happen?
Have to elaborate some on that.
I mean, what I mean is, what I hear tonight is really good. I know a lot of this, we can bring into existence right now. But what can we not? Is there anything that we need to put into the budget to make certain this is taken care of whenever we get a budget? Or should we have you all already worked towards it?
There've been several surveys that CI department has sent out. They'd have to tell you exactly. We have computers, we have software, we have devices built into several budgets right now already. And some of them we talked about last night. But exactly, is that enough to meet all the needs right now? I don't have that answer. But it is being addressed with the budgets.
Okay.
Discussing.
Chairman Lyon. Mr. Cole, we worked on, along with Eric and the cabinet today, we worked on a spreadsheet to look and see exactly how many more computers we need. This Brenda to be one-on-one, and I think we have it down to about 1,100 right now. So we are in very good shape, you know, but I agree, we have to make sure that the kids have the devices in order to be able to perform all these tasks.
And don't forget, our medical people are saying they're willing to help us. So let us not forget the offers that's been made to us to help bring this into existence for our students, staff.
Henry?
I received a question from a parent/teacher. Where's the money's coming from to provide paper for schools, because some schools are saying they're short on paper?
That's what my question was.
And it's in relation to the previous question.
They're given funds every year to place those orders. The logistics of that we're working out now. We just started the new year. We opened up purchase orders yesterday. But part of the return to work that Dr. Wood's been discussing is getting some of the central office bookkeepers and other people back in place to get that, so there's no gaps in that financial process. So finance doesn't alone handle all of that, so we've got to get some of those other people back in place so we can get that structure.
And if I could follow up, Chairman, also, you know, with the digital learning, we're not gonna need as much paper.
Right.
It's all gonna be digital literacy, so we wanna make sure that, like I told Mr. Simmons, for our smaller kids, at the beginning of the year, there will be some packets. The district will work with our principals, putting those together, and we'll work with our print shop, Ms. Karen's department, to make sure it's consistent across. We wanna make sure we have equity, from Maxon all the way to St. Paul, so we wanna make sure every child has the same opportunity to conduct the same lesson. So you have to follow.
Thank you.
Doctor said we can work with the print shop so the individual schools wouldn't have to absorb that cost. We would do that at the central level with their input on the amounts needed, so we could absorb some of those additional upfront costs for those.
Thank
things.
So if, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Brenda?
So if there are individuals who wish to purchase a laptop for students, who do they need to contact? Is there?
That'd have to be a collaboration. There wouldn't be one person that can handle that because we'd have to get the needs. They don't want to deal with the child on their own. They don't already have a child that they know personally. They want the district social workers or somebody to suggest children, or they want the school system involved. They don't want to handle it on their own.
No, and I'm just gonna say, Jane Doe wished to donate a laptop, a brand new laptop for a child that needs a laptop. Who do they need to contact?
They have to get down to the individual school level to see which children have that need.
And I like that. Okay, thank you.
Anything else right now? Mr. Terry?
I apologize for asking so many questions, but what constitutes attendance, or what constitutes being present? I know that logging in is one thing, but do we have a clearly defined definition, and who will be the who certifies that? Is that the teacher or the principal?
Bobby?
Chairman Lowry, Dr. Wooten, board members, at this point in time, there are no guidance that has been provided from Power School on attendance. Unlike last year, when we went through this, everyone was counted present. That was the guidance that was given. As of today, there's no guidance as far as counting kids present or absent for this school year.
You are awaiting that from NCDPI.
Mr. Henry?
Can parents choose to purchase their own kids' computers? And will they get access through Google for their kids? If they can purchase their own? If they choose that option?
I would think so.
Okay. So if I'm the parent and I want to buy an HP laptop because I found it on sale somewhere and it's really good for me to have it at my home, they are more than welcome to purchase that. What they'll need access to for Google Classroom or for Canvas is the internet. And I know that then becomes the rise of where they're located, connectivity, Wi-Fi, mobile hotspot and such. So it's not so much the device, so whether you have a PC or an Apple, it really does not matter. But a laptop or a desktop is going to be preferred besides a mobile device, such as a tablet, such as an iPad or a phone. Not saying it can't be done, it just makes it a little bit cumbersome for that student to see on such a small screen and to be able to navigate completely.
Wait, I just want to have it so we can say this. Mr. Gentry?
The evaluation and assessment, obviously is fairly complex, or very complex. Departure from the traditional grading system that we all are accustomed to. So how is this going to translate when, they're not carrying home a report card with ABC or 90 or 100 or whatever. And then we're talking on down the road, promotion from one grade to the next. How is this going to be simplified so that there is a point where it's clear cut that this student has mastered and has graduated or is sufficient to promote to the next grade? How's all that going to play out?
The only thing that we can address currently with Canvas is that Canvas has that capability to utilize the same grading scale that's inside Power Teacher. So Power Teacher, which is the generic grading system that we're using, the teacher would grade her assignments the way she would choose. The teacher is going to see whether, based on rubrics or however they're choosing to do at that level, to grade, they'll push it inside Power Teacher via the gradebook using Canvas. It will sync over to Power Teacher, and assignments would then be graded. At the end of each quarter, then report cards would then run, and so on. So the digital walkthroughs that you're seeing here are at the administrative level to see how the teachers are doing as they're going through, and there'll be other things included, such as the pacing guide, where are they on that pacing guide, and so on. But that gives the administrative a bird's eye view into Canvas and the different courses they're teaching.
If I could follow up, Ms. Gentry, so we have not finalized the grading policy yet because, like I said, we just made the recommendation and we'll approve or disapprove tonight for Plan C. So there's still some fine tuning that we have to, but yeah, those are good points. And as a matter of fact, I wrote up their grading policy. We're gonna get that finalized.
I was asked another question by a parent, and the concern was around rubric, and y'all more familiar with that than I am, for attendance. They're wanting to know how will that fit in this year when it driven to Excel.
Can you repeat that question for me, please?
The question from the concerned parent was around the rubric,
Okay.
the giveaway of the car in relation to attendance. And would that fit into this
Yes, once-
equation?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Once we, like I said, once DPI gives us guidance, like Ms. Bobby said, Ms. Freeman, we don't have the guidance yet, but Ms. Jadell and her department works along with Mr. Jerome, who's actually the coordinator for Driven to Excel, along with myself and the cabinet. We'll have all those guidelines, but I know last year was what, they couldn't miss more than 5 days, Ms. Jadell. So I'm pretty sure they're gonna go with the same rules, but that's the committee decision.
Mr. Wayne?
I know there's been a lot of questions asked, and we've been going at this right here for a while. and we could go at it until, the end, but, I guess, do y'all feel like we could possibly maybe vote? And then if we need to have another meeting and maybe have some more questions or things about it, even if we have to recess this meeting, because we know it's pretty serious, but we can be here all night long still going on and on and on and on, and I'm ready to take a break.
Yeah, Mr. Wayne, to answer a lot of your questions there, I didn't know how many more we had, but I was looking at listening to a couple of those and get the proposal again and go ahead and do a vote, and we were gonna take a break.
Okay.
Try to see if we could finish this up. I wanted to try to get a vote in before we took a break, if that's good with y'all. We're good there, because I'm wanting one too.
Have one more, Mr. Chairman.
One more? Okay.
Dr. Burnett?
As they're coming up, let me just think, there's something you ladies said, y'all come on up. There's something you said about making this friendly for parents and grandparents, and I greatly appreciate that, because that's calls I've had that folks just don't know how to use this technology. And the easier you can make that, the better. And even from the standpoint, and I know dealing with COVID could be a problem, but if we could somehow look at actually bringing people in later on and doing some training, I'm talking to the parents or grandparents or the people at home that's going to be doing this teaching and training. But thank you for that part there. So, Dr. Robert, this would be the last one?
Our last speaker. Yeah.
The last one before Ken and Jennifer. He's the
Yeah,
last one
yeah,
for CIA.
yeah. He's the last one.
Chairman Lowry, serving the week on the board. The important component
People,
of
but
helping.
we don't have to do those two. Aaron's gonna talk about meals.
I'll be presenting to you tonight is an overview of data from our PSRC remote learning survey. As you can see, 7,000 responses. The first question we asked parents was, at this time, if you could choose a learning model for your child, what would you choose? We had 54% favor full remote structure. Go to question 5. So on question 5, we gauged parents' comfort levels with sending their child back. From 1 being strongly disagreeing and 5 being agreeing or strongly agreeing, and 57.7% said they strongly disagree with being comfortable with their kids going back to school. Question 9 was, do you have access to the internet? 92.5% said yes, but we realized this was a survey asking about internet accessibility on an internet-only survey. So we want to, Dr. Guzman, do you want to touch on?
Dr. Simons, Mr. Simons brought up a valid point. We are working very diligently to ensure with our cellular companies to make sure that we're expanding access. There's only so much we can do as a school district versus what can be done with the infrastructure within this county. By us pushing forward with our efforts, that's going to force the county as well as the cellular developers to ensure that we have connectivity, especially in the south end. In our area, especially with the mobile Wi-Fi units that I'm proposing with the buses, we've particularly focused on those areas that are underserved in those areas, meaning that they have connectivity. I can honestly report to you, U.S. Cellular has put up a new tower within the past 2 weeks along the 74-76 corridor in Orem, as well as another one in the town of Lumberton, as well as in the area of St. Paul's. The St. Paul's area is used to alleviate so that we can kind of push out towards the other end of the county, towards west as well as east, to not jam up or deal with our broadband. Unfortunately, though, there is only so much we can do. We do have the heat maps, meaning the connectivity points from all 4 of the major carriers that we are working with in this area, so that we can adjust, and they are working with us to make sure they are meeting our needs. However, unfortunately, there is only so much that we can do as a school system, and we'll need the municipalities as well as the county commissioners to assist us with those endeavors as we move forward in order to make sure that our children have the availability to the internet. Because we all know that if we do not have a strong school system, we will be hampered in the economic development efforts that we are trying to move forward within this county. So they will play a pivotal role in ensuring that we make sure that not only what we are doing, but they are meeting our needs as well.
Mr. Chairman, this is the survey that I got a lot of phone calls about from that community saying they did not understand it. But however, the results is gonna be the same every year.
Okay.
We asked which best describes your home and online virtual learning. We had 53.6% responded that we have enough laptops, desktops, and tablets in their homes to meet the needs, while 19.6% responded that we do not have enough portable electronics devices. And finally, question 13 is after the first 9 weeks, the stakeholders were given the option for students to return as normal in a hybrid or blended model or to remain virtual. 71% of participants stated that they would still choose to remain in virtual format.
All right, thank you, Dr. Burnett. I know that was a lot of information to cover. I think we had about an hour, and I think we went over just a little bit, so we do apologize. But that was some very good discussion, and we don't want to take up any more time, but please, if you have any questions, you can email us. Whatever we can do to answer your questions, because I know there are a lot of questions to be asked, because I have sat there and made several notes that I just happen to think of that we still need to respond to, because it is a new endeavor. But we don't want to thank you for just enduring us for the last little over an hour. Thank you, Chairman Lowry and Superintendent Wood. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Robert, and thanks to everybody that did speak, and thanks to your time that you put in the last several weeks, months, and especially last week, so thank you for that. So at this time, again, before we do take a break, Dr. Wooten, if you could restate your recommendation.
It's my recommendation that the public schools of Robeson County open under Plan C using remote learning only for the 2020-21 school year.
Okay, folks, that's on the information item, so I asked, is there a motion to that to action?
Motion to accept that recommendation?
We need to move it to an action item.
Action.
And
It should be an action because we started discussing it last week.
it's not on the action item list.
Okay, then I'd like to put that in a formal motion to move it to an action item.
Have a second? Second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Now, can we have a motion to accept,
So move, Mr. Chairman.
okay? Motion and second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it, so we will be doing remote learning, option C, for the first 9 weeks of school. Okay? At this time, folks, let me look at my phone. It's 8:40. We did get 9 weeks in that. It's the first 9 weeks. Is that correct?
Yes.
The first, we did.
We'll revisit after that.
Yeah. I got 8:40. Take 10 minutes, recess, and we'll be right back.
10:05. Thank you all.
Okay, we'll reconvene the meeting at this time. Next on the agenda, Mr. Jerome Hunt, Athletics.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Since June 1st, we have been trying to come up with a solution for athletic trainers with the situation that we had. Yesterday, the Finance Committee met. They did come up with a recommendation for option 2 in the packet. Since then, we have had another recommendation or another proposal. We have another proposal to come in, which I have been asked to propose tonight for approval. And the proposal reads, Southeastern Health will hire the existing 5 athletic trainers to serve PSRC athletics. PSRC will reimburse Southeastern Health $260,000 per year, which will be used to assist in covering salaries, benefits, and other associated costs of the athletic trainers. Southeastern Health will provide consultation, oversight, and training of the athletic trainers. PSRC will announce the partnership at each athletic event where possible, and those trainers will be outfitted in Southeastern Health attire, along with the appropriate signage at participating schools. This will continue the long-standing partnership between Southeastern Health, the public schools of Robeson County, and its athletes. So, Chairman, that's the proposal I'd like to present tonight for approval.
Questions? Tanner?
Is there benefits built into that, or is that something that PSRC's got to absorb?
That includes benefits, insurance, liability, that includes everything.
That's all 5?
Yes, sir, the existing 5 will. We're actually down to 4. But we've had one trainer that actually take another job at in another county. So they actually have to hire, the hospital have to hire another athletic trainer.
Mr.
Dr. Rainey?
We'll provide training. You're talking about training, taking care of the children, the athletes. Is that what you're talking about at functions, at ball games and things like that if they're injured? Is that what you're talking about?
Athletic trainers?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Southeastern Health will provide staff development for them.
For them.
Just like we provide staff development for teachers.
How about the ambulance service and all?
Well, the ambulance service, let's take football games, for instance. Ambulance, they're not required by the state to be on site. We try to have them on site if possible. Ambulance service, if a athlete gets injured to the point where they need to be transported, that's when EMS will be called in.
EMS.
But most of the time, we do have EMS standing by at football games. But they're not required to be there by the state.
Mr. Chairman,
Smith?
make a motion that we set aside policy.
Second.
A motion and a second to set aside policy. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay.
Chairman, I make a recommendation that, I know we met last night, and I don't think everybody that came that's on the Finance Committee, and we had some other board members here. Mr. Terry's on the Finance Committee, and Dwayne, Vontae, and Brenda. Appreciate y'all being here last night, and we talked about option 2 last night, but 24 hours, things change sometimes, but I fully support Southeastern General Regional Hospital, and we already have that good relationship with them, so I make a motion that we approve the request, Mr. Jerome.
And Mr.
Motion and a second. You have a question?
Yes.
Go ahead.
When would this contract begin?
Mr. Jerome, what's the beginning date? Let me add this if I could. The beginning date, and can you address any concerns now with the trainers if, let's say, certain fall sports don't start this fall? What would we be looking at then? But again, first, when would the contract begin?
As far as them being hired by the hospital, or the hospital could assign them duties. For the last several weeks, they have been in the hospital doing screen checks for the hospital. As far as sports go, we do know that fall practice. The official day of fall practice has been moved back to September 1. It could be moved further back, but with the meetings that we've had with the commissioner, she tells us she's very optimistic at some point in time we will have athletics in the public schools. That means moving it back and possibly shortening the seasons, or even possibly having 3 seasons after Christmas. But she is optimistic that they will be able to work something out, get athletics done.
Okay. Had a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor of accepting the proposal to approve Southeastern General for our trainers, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes have it. Mr. Jerome, I would like to, it was asked last night, and I'd like for you to quickly address this on this. How we have used UNCP students as interns. I know my experience with them, but just address how they've been on campuses throughout this program for the last several years.
I'm having trouble hearing you.
UNCP interns
Yeah.
as trainers,
Since
assisting.
2011, which we first got athletic trainers, UNCP will send out interns that are in their athletic training program at UNCP. So they'll send them out to the high school to work with the head athletic trainer there to actually learn from the athletic trainer there. It's part of their class at UNCP. They go out and get credit hours. But they will never work on a student by themselves. They always have that head athletic trainer there with them.
That's right.
Thank you. Anything else?
Driver's education.
Dr. Lockley wants me to speak on driver's ed real quick, and I'll be brief. You will see driver's ed cars back on the road this week. We got approval a little over a week ago that we can start back doing behind the wheel driving. This is not the class part, just behind the wheel with certain guidelines. Those guidelines, just a few of them off the top of my head, is the student and the teacher have to have a mask on the entire time. If there's 2 students in the car when they switch drivers, that driver's side of the car has to be sanitized. Everything has to be wiped down before that student enters the driving area. In the summertime, we've always been allowed to pick those students up at home. Now those students will have to meet us at school with a parent or guardian. Each day, that parent will have to sign a attestation form, child will have to sign a form, and the driver themselves will have to sign one. Some of the other guidelines, in the past, if the teacher or student needed to take a break, they could stop at any store they wanted to. Now they cannot do that. It's just going to be drive. If they have to use the restroom, they got to bring them back to school. They just can't be stopping here and there. They have to ride with the windows cracked, along with having the air conditioning on to get some ventilation in there. We have to put signs in the car saying mask required at all times. Put another sign in there about the 3 W's. We're just going to post those on the back of the seats and one on the dashboard. Also, when the teacher meets the student at school, to get the paperwork signed from the parent, they also have to take the temperature of the student before they can get in that car. But those are just some of the guidelines for driver's ed. But you will see them back on the road this week.
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Brenda?
Mr. Jerome, some districts, not in this state that I know of, but as I watch the internet, are actually having students tested to see if they test positive for driver's education or not. Have you seen any of that?
I'm having trouble hearing you.
Is this better?
I might have to get close, but yeah, go ahead.
Some districts are having students tested for the COVID before they can take driver's education. I saw that online. And right now in Robeson County, they've been doing free. They're doing it at Townsend this week, should any parents wish to do that with their child.
Yeah, as far as having them tested before driver's ed, no, that's not part of DPI's guideline. No, ma'am.
So I was just throwing that out there, just in case, if some parents wish to.
Anything else? Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Oh, and I'd like to publicly thank Ms. Carey for all your help with the athletic trainers. It's been a tough time, but we're done.
Thank you.
Good. That's good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kareem.
Okay, next item is, hazard pay, bonuses, Dr. Wooten and, Ms. Erica.
We're gonna go over the criteria and just ask a few questions about the information that we've researched and found out.
Good evening, Chairman Lowry, Dr. Wood. We just really wanted to make sure we're all on the same page as we move forward. With the hazard pay, this is a work in progress and process, any word you want to put with that, but we want to make sure that we have the criteria and eligibility in place. And then we'll move forward with working with the supervisors and principals to determine groups of employees that may or may not be. You get one other paper, I'm sorry. So I did work with Ms. Charlene today and got some updates as well on the number of cafeteria workers that have been documented with hours from March the 17th through May the 22nd. And so according to that information, there was 207 people that worked anywhere from 2 hours that entire time, and the highest was 252.5 hours during that time. So the hours varied anywhere in between those two numbers, a high and low. There were 41 employees that did not work, have any hours reported at all during that time, and there were 2 subs that had hours. And that's just generic, general information since that was asked of us yesterday. And that does not include any of the staff that may have transitioned from another type of job and was helping out. Ms. Charlene did indicate she and I can work on those. She does have some more information, and hopefully as time goes, we can bring that back to you as well. But as we discussed last night, we decided to look at classified employees during the duration of March the 16th through either May 22nd or June the 5th, but ending in the past school year, not continuing over the summer. The summer employment with child nutrition has been volunteered only. They are receiving payment for that, so there's no requirements during the summer part for any of the staff to be present. It's only if they were board approved to work during the summer. Also in discussion was whether it would be a one-time payment or an additional amount per hour. And I believe the consensus was to look at a one-time payment and break it down into quarters if we can't determine the hours. So maybe the principal supervisor would say an employee who didn't work 100% of the time, and they could break it down into 25, 50, 75%, or 100 and help us with that. We talked about the exposure to the public, and maybe at some point there would be differentiation between the essential frontline workers who every day were exposed to public versus others who did have to leave their home and report somewhere, but may not have had that direct exposure to the public. I believe that's all we covered last night. And moving forward, we're going to survey the schools as well as the central office and those supervisors to start gathering the data for this and bring that back to you. At that point, maybe we can work on backing into what would be an appropriate number to start with for that payment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Have any questions?
Thank you. Good report.
Just one clarification.
Okay, let me get Mr. Sandy and Mr. Randy.
Was there any mention of maintenance? That's included?
Maintenance, transportation, finance, technology, all of those were discussed last night as central office functions, and we discussed, again, getting with the supervisors of those areas and getting a breakdown of staff that physically came into work.
But your 207 was in child nutrition?
That was in child nutrition only, yes, sir.
Dr. Manuel?
Did I understand you to say last night that you could use child nutrition monies to pay people who helped serve food that were not child nutrition workers? Did I understand you to say that?
Yes, as long as we can verify that they were working directly with the feeding program, they can be paid using these.
Thank you.
Any others? Terry?
Did we determine what the protocol was on salaried individuals that may have worked a little bit over versus, salaried staff members?
I think, go ahead, Ms. Erica.
I think the differentiation between the classified and certified will cover some of that, but there may be some classified employees who are supervisors that we may need to get clarity on later. But the breakdown of most of our salaried employees or the principals and so forth are certified, so they would not be included at this stage.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, thank you.
Very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have CARES Act update. Dr. Wooten?
Well, I'll entertain any questions we have. I know we discussed things last night, so we can discuss the concerns there were with the different allocations.
Okay.
Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Ready. I'm not sure, does this need to be in closed session? If you start talking about personnel, we can't do that out here, I know, right?
Personnel, we can't. If it's personnel, if there's personnel discussions, we will have to go into closed session. So if this could lead to personnel to start with, we might need to go there first, Mr. Grady, and then come back and finish it? Yeah. Okay. Though we need a motion to go? Just a motion. Does he need to read it?
I did want to mention,
Sorry.
if I could, I'm sorry. I just wanted to give an overview of, personnel course would be part of making this budget balance, and we will need that information. But I wanted to bring back, since we have those other funds that I will talk about that I presented last night at the Finance Committee meeting. So, I don't know if everybody can see this or not. You see, we've got close to $4 million in computer hardware. 646,865 was in part of the new budgets that I presented last night at the Finance Committee. So we'll be able to deduct that from this budget. Also, part of the $875,000 for telecommunication, there are $246,036 that we can use for the Wi-Fi and hotspots that we originally placed in this budget. So there's going to be some other modifications. And we're saying all this because of the increase in the PPE that we gave last night. All of these deductions will then be put into the PPE area, the $5.5 million. So any increases we have from that area will go there to support the increased costs in PPE. We still won't be at the $8 million, but because we're opening with Plan C, that may not be a need too. That's something that we'll have to look at as an ongoing basis.
And what we also want to add, good evening, Chairman Lowry.
Let me ask Ms. Erica, you don't have to be exact. Roughly, what would those two figures add up that you just gave us? What was that? I couldn't hear those. The two figures?
So it was $646,865, $246,036.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry.
Is that, Mr. Chairman, is that I know we're talking about the $11 million. So are you saying this is above and beyond $11 million?
No, sir, I'm saying that part of this 11 million, we don't need to have in this budget anymore. So we can reduce this 11 million by the 601 line item and put it into PPE in this same budget. So we need to do an amendment either way. We have to do the amendment for the personnel off the top, but there will be additional amendments that we can change in here that will allow us to place more funds in PPE because of this new money that we got that I presented last night from the state.
And I do want to provide clarity for last evening when we actually talked about the 8 million. We received some information that we needed to add some additional pieces in that budget, such as soap and such as foggers and other things. The fogger is not a required PPE or guidance. What we're using when we're presenting to you is we're actually using a document that is entitled the Infection Control and PPE Guidance. We know at this point, based upon the guidance and where we are with Plan C, that we know we're going to probably, if things go as proposed by Dr. Locklear's department, at some point, we're probably going to need a minimum of 5 million. We don't think that we will go to the excess of 8 million, but what was asked of us is to do a projected budget that could include some recommendations that might come from the board members or others, such as a fogger. A fogger is not required. A fogger, there's much guidance out there now on fogger. Some people are saying they're working, some people are saying they're not. But when we projected last evening, we wanted to make sure that we heard those concerns and that we included it in there. Also, in last night's budget, we also talked about cloth masks. We are aware that the cloth mask will be coming. The question becomes, when will the cloth mask arrive? We know that we have to have 5 masks for students and 5 masks for staff. So again, in anticipation, where is it we're going? But that budget can be, and that 8 million that we have in there is a projection. The one thing that I always want to remind us as we move forward with the CARES Act is this is a very, very fluid budget, as you all know. And the reason it is so fluid is because we're constantly asking the question, how do we keep our staff and students safe? There is no guarantee right now in terms of what this guidance may come back and say. But Eric and I talked today about what is it we're going to have to put in that budget and what is it we need to do. Obviously, we need to look at backward mapping or backward design and look at those salary schedules. We also have to include 200,000 for unreserved budget for our private schools. Some of them are starting to take, some of them after they hear that the equipment could go back to the district. I'm getting mixed emotions as we're going back with those private schools. So again, this is a very fluid process, but we wanted to bring forward tonight a budget revision and let you know that we are going to have to amend the budget, because I noticed last night when I was hearing some discussions, 8 million and 3 million for computers did not what? It didn't add up.
Right.
So that started Erica and I having conversations, me from federal programs and Erica from finance. What is it we need to do to make this budget come forward to the board members and make it feasible so that we can begin purchasing the PPE and the other essential items? So that's why we wanted to pull up the original budget that we put in LBAS. But at any time, we can adjust.
Dr. Manning?
I just want to make one statement. If you look at the law, the first statement, and I read it again, and I know you all read it, you've seen it. It says school systems should reserve some of this money because of the economy. We do not know, you may not get as much state or local money because of the economy has slipped. My question is, when you do the budget and you revise it, are you going to put some reserve in there in case you don't get the monies that you're getting from the local because of the lax economy and the state because of the lax economy? It's the first sentence in the law, the COVID law.
The problem with that is that they also put an expiration date on these funds. So even though they are suggesting that you withhold in case you don't receive funding, September of 2021, this money's gone. So if we get the local funding or don't receive the local funding, and we haven't already spent it because all these are priority, that's something we have to balance.
Lord, I mean this year, honey. I don't mean reserve it 2 more years. I mean this year.
And at this point, we haven't seen any of that indication. We never got a state budget last year, so they're continuing operating on those mini budgets for this year. So there's only going to be increase in hospitalization and retirement like there always is. There's going to be no salary increases for staff other than step increases. So at this point, the state is not saying we're not going to fund you at least at the same level you were last year. Neither is our local government. So if we are to see that, it's probably not going to come until the 21-22 school year. So these funds would be expired by that point.
I don't know about that. I mean, I trust what you're saying, but I can't see spending every dime, and you do not know if COVID's going to get worse and we have to add more money for PPE. I'm not saying.
We can amend the budget at that point.
Good.
So that, I mean, we can do amendments at any point in the year.
And being with the world of federal programs, Dr. Emanuel, I agree with you and understand understand completely what you're saying because I, like many of you sitting in here tonight, the mask is very uncomfortable, but we don't know where this is going because it is such a fluid process.
Yeah.
But I think we must continuously keep that question at the forefront. How are we, regardless of whether it's September, whether it's March of 2020, how are we going to continuously provide for that safety for our students and staff in our community? So I agree, we're going to have to take this budget, massage it. We're going to have to follow this guidance very meticulously because in June, we were looking at one thing when we did a preparation for PPE. As we were in here working last week, if I remember correctly, the time frame changes came on the 14th. So this has to go. I have an old saying with my family, anything that I need to remember, I keep it under my pillow. So we're going to have this readily available because that can occur at any time. And we have to stand ready in this budget to protect our people and our community.
Gotcha. Mr. Dwayne?
And I don't know who can answer this question right here, but where are we getting our masks from? The state?
The state is going to issue 5 for staff and students. Stephanie, you want to address that too in terms of the state will give us 5 masks per student, 5 cloth masks. But in this guidance, it also requires us, for example, if we have a visitor to come on your campus, if we're in Plan B, then we have to have additional masks there for like 10 per site if you want to address that. And that would come out of the PPE as well.
Can I say something before Ms. Stephanie comes up? The North Carolina Purchasing and Contract website also has a consolidated PPE purchasing system. It's not available in school systems. But they did give us a list of 15 approved state vendors for PPE. 3 of those we currently do business with, Centos, Forms of Supply, and Freezer.
Okay.
So there are,
No, that's fine.
they are suggesting that we use those vendors, so we're coordinating with them to make sure they can meet our supply and demand. It's not required, but with the federal purchasing, anytime we can document that it's like the state's already done the vetting and the bidding process for those vendors, that would mean that would be something that we would have to do. It's not a requirement, but that's where we were leaning to get the mask, using some or combination of those 15 vendors that the state has approved.
Okay, and this is my question right here. Because we know where everything is leading right here. Everything comes down to the almighty dollar. And I have had a source in this county to reach out to us. Reach out to me, in other words. And I'm telling you, they can make masks, they can make whatever, and I'm not going to go into detail on what they can do, that they have reached out to me and have offered to make as many masks and do what we need to do in this county. No offense toward the state, but we need to keep our money in Robeson County if we got people that can do just as much in Robeson County as they can up the road. Because what you're doing is where your money starts becoming inflated, is you start dealing with what? Corporations. And I get what you're saying, but if we've got people that can do the same thing in our county right here, and I believe I have to call and talk to you, Dr. Robert, on this situation right here, I feel like we need to be reaching out to these people here if they can help us in this situation right here to be able to help us and mask where the money is going to stay in Robeson County and they're willing to help us and they're from Robeson County right here. So I'm just tired of outsourcing everything outside of Robeson County when we got people in Robeson County that can do the same things here for us and probably give us good deals on things that we need taken care of. So that's not a vent, that's just a,
Y'all know I hate to always be a downer, but this is federal money. So there are federal guidelines and different dollar thresholds that we're gonna have to adhere to. So that may mean we have to bid it and award it to the lowest bidder. That's why I only suggested using the state vendors because that has already been done. But with this federal funds, we will be audited on why we chose certain vendors based on the dollar thresholds and have to prove that we did a bid process to encourage competition.
well, if it saves us money, I think we ought to do it anyway. That's just my.
Ms. Brenda and then Ms. Stephanie.
Ms. Erica, on the PPEs, what all does the PPE include?
The list last night.
Oh, okay.
Good evening, Chairman Lowry, Dr. Wood, and board members. So again, as Dr. Freeman has stated, out of the Strong Schools Infection Control PPE guidance, which is our guidance from the state. So of course, it has broken down those essential items of PPE by staff members. So of course, in the guidance, it talks about custodians, child nutrition, your teachers, bus drivers, school nurses, those designated staff that's going to assist with those hands-on healthcare activities, like some of those activities that's going to take place in the isolation room. So of course, we was able to go back and restructure some of those essential items because not everybody's going to need those quantities, like for instance, gloves. If you're not providing hands-on healthcare or one of those designated persons, you're not going to need a certain quantity of gloves. Of course, they need to be in the building and they need to be in-house, just like as Ms. Freeman stated, like visitors. We may have visitors come on our campus. Those 5 masks for staff and students, they could get soiled, they could get contaminated, they could get lost. So we're going to need to have reserve on our campus for situations like that. But some of those essential items, again, is like, for instance, they came in the starter pack and they did suggest in here, that's only a 2-month supply starter pack. So we are responsible to replenish those items. So that's face shields, face masks, isolation gowns, and the thermometers. There's only a certain number of thermometers, just like it's stated in here. You got to make sure they're calibrated. You know, we don't know the quality of thermometers that we're receiving, so they could, they may need to be replaced. Again, of course, it talks about Kleenex. It even has a matrix in here on how many tissue boxes that needs to be on school buses and our district vehicles and things like that, stocked in the classroom. Hand sanitizer, hand soap and towels. And I think I've covered all the items that's listed far as what they say is essential items that.
Chairman, if I may follow up.
Brenda?
Listening last night in our finance meeting, we talked about if we had to bring someone in to cleanse if COVID was upon a student or staff. And I think, Dr. Wood, was it 5,500?
It varies.
Anyway, we have whole suits. Looking at the task force on here, can the public school, why can't the public schools of Robeson County create their own task force also that get the whole suits that can come in and do our cleaning? Because that 11 million, if we had to bring someone in, would be ate up real quickly. So in my opinion, we need to train our own so we can have from amongst what we got. Our janitors or whomever, because a lot of them already have good training in a whole lot. So why not advance that training so we can have our own task force and we don't have to pay out 50? We could have, what if every school in our county get hit? Look how much that would cost us right there.
If I could direct your question to Karen, in terms of the sanitizing and how that may look in terms, I know that we have some sanitation and, 365, I think, other things. But Karen, if you wanted to address, I think she's asking, is there a possibility of us creating a task force? And I direct it to you because
for the COVID.
Some folks have already gone to training.
Going to develop a task force to do our own.
No, I'm saying she's
like it
out suggestions. I'm just.
Yeah, you're right. Thank you.
Who has already had some essential training at the office level, not for what she's referring to, if I'm correct, it would be for how to apply that sanitizer or disinfectant. You can.
But we could create our own task force that can come in and clean for us.
Well, Mr. Tim Bass is our OSHA safety person who had COVID-19 training and certification, who will help us out with our district-wide training as well.
So what I'm saying is, instead of us hiring a company
Right.
to come in where we have to pay $5,500 or whatever the fee will be. I think it would behoove us to create our own task force as such, because we would run out of money if it were to hit several schools.
And that's like
Once we go.
specialized cleaning for like a special situation, for a special situation. So it depends on the magnitude of the job or what we have to do. So some things, we'll be able to do in-house with everything and we'll suit out and do the proper protocol. But it just depends on the job. It just depends on, the situation.
So what I'm saying is, let us look, in my opinion only, let us look into it to see what our staff, how far up can our staff be trained for such?
Right.
Because I think it would be to our advantage.
And I was gonna add, if, with guidance from the local health department, if they was to, deem a situation where there was community outbreak or spread within one of our schools, then once that criteria had been met and they had deemed that as one of those situations as an outbreak within one of our facilities, then that's where we would probably have to look into one of those professional cleaning companies to come in and take care of a situation, as Ms. Karen said, a magnitude at that level. But as you were saying, some of those daily cleanings, that's where Mr. Tim and those folks are going to train our custodians on how to properly clean and treat our schools on a daily basis.
I was speaking of not our daily basis, if COVID were to actually hit our classroom, is what I'm speaking of.
So if we was to have a community outbreak, then that's where that professional person with the service would have to come in, because that's where the Robinson County Health Department would step in, and it would have to meet that level of criteria.
And we could, because this thing is whole US wide. What if we want a cleaning company, but another school system got them? Why can't we create our own task force who can handle something to that magnitude in the event of it?
I think.
Or look into it.
But I think what Ms. Stephanie is saying, that the health department might not accept, even if our employees were trained, they might not accept that in certain situations, and other ones they may, but it would have to be coordinated with the health department. They may say, we require an independent group that only deals with that in this situation, but.
I understand that, Miss Erica, but the reason I asked that because I've been talking to Bill Smith. So that's why I said, let us look into it.
Right, yes.
See what needs to take place.
Yes, we'll look into it.
Yeah.
We will.
Okay, Mr. Randy?
That's good. That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
It's got to be signed off.
Dwayne, I just promise you I won't take long. We discussed last night, and it was brought up that we have two companies in this county right now that are ready to present PowerPoints if it comes down to that right there. In our county, that we can use. Okay?
That's what they say.
So I just wanted to share that. And my next question will be to Debbie here, but I'll wait till you get done. Okay, and I'm sorry, but I know people been texting me like to have Mr. Terry and some of you other ones right here, and I'm here, and I got people saying, get off your phone or whatever, but what I'm getting questions from people, and
Real time, yeah.
yeah, so, and this is dealing, the question was, purchase orders, that were necessary, instruction materials that were paused during March. So what kind of happened with those, the purchase orders then? Was it just, did it just go back into funds or?
Right, so when we closed, everybody went home.
Okay.
Finance came back to work, but we didn't have, I've been talking about, and kind of sound like a broken record, there's gaps in that process, because we don't independently of ourselves handle all the finances in the district. So the bookkeepers weren't there, nobody was at the schools physically to accept orders. So at that point, we had to stop purchasing altogether. We couldn't coordinate between somebody being at the locations to accept it, technology, to image, anything in between. All those gaps caused that process to break down. So a lot of those funds ended up being Title I, so they're going to get lumped together in the carryover for Title I. And then when we start on that budget, it'll be either in the set-asides or collectively all the carryover gets put together and reallocated back out to the schools.
And that's what we've done in the past. We will always reallocate, and then we have certain, we have to always follow federal involvement. But then again, there's questions about that this year. We will have to have it because we're federally funded, but it will look possibly virtual. So there's just many variables, but we assure you that we've got the money and it will go back to the schools as always, because that's where it needs to be.
Thank you.
Ms. Erica, a follow-up to Mr. Dwayne's question, 2 questions ago, if I'm remembering.
That was the third one ago.
There might be 3. I know you said, I think we got 3 companies that's been approved for these masks. And
There's 15 companies that the state has approved. We currently do business with 3 of them
Yeah.
already.
Okay.
If we needed to add any of those companies or any other company, we could. I was just stating
Right.
that there's 3 out of the 15 that we have already, are in our vendor file already.
Okay, and I've had some of the same calls these fellows have had too, about companies and they're local. So what would be the process if a company that we know of, what do they have to go through to get put on that list of where, if they're competitive, we could look at it? What is that process? Is that something we do?
Did that bid.
The state did that.
To contact state purchasing contract if they wanted to be included in that approved vendor list, which I'm not sure exactly how that works. If they have already done that and they're gonna look at it every 6 months, a year, that I'm not sure of. But they would have, all of those companies went directly through state purchasing contract.
Okay. I mean, that's just trying to look at an option for people, especially that's contacted us, are local. And I know when you,
Use local vendors as long as, without getting competition, as long as the total purchase price was less than $10,000.
okay,
If it's over 10,000, between 10,000 and 250,000, we have to informal bids. Over that, it has to be advertised on our website and through the IPS system.
And I do want to add, what I shared with Chairman Lowry was in the back of the guidance that we shared just a few moments ago. Of course, that list of vendors is there. I hear the conversation, but we also wanted to make the board members aware of who these vendors are, and it is in this guidance as well. So we could get you a copy of that or whatever is the pleasure of the board.
okay,
You have to get on, based on what they're saying, Mr. Larry, you have to get, if you want to get on the state list, that's a whole different process.
Right.
If you want to use the local company, as Erica says, then you got to do the bid process. You got to open it up for bidding.
yes, sir.
Correct, that's correct.
That's correct.
As long as it doesn't exceed a certain amount, is that correct?
Less than 10,000 does not require a bid process. 10,000 and 250,000 requires informal, so it doesn't have to be formally advertised anywhere. It can be well, I don't like for it to be a phone call because you can't document a phone call. It could be an email or some type of paper quote. Anything over 250,000 would have to be advertised on our website and the IPS system for at least 7 days and have to go through the sealed bid process.
And again, these are federal funds, so
Yes.
they're going to be scrutinized. Title I is one of the most scrutinized funds there are as far as federal money. So we have to be careful with that. Is that right, Ms. Jennifer?
Yes, 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 and yes.
Okay. Anything else?
I'm kidding.
Okay.
Federal, that you go to jail federally for.
Thank you, ladies. Mr. Randy, if we need to go in closed session, so if you could, you have that information? Yes, sir. I think we're ready.
Motion that the Board of Education for the Public Schools of Robeson County go into closed session for the purpose of discussing certified and classified personnel, North Carolina General Statute 143-318, 11A16.
Motion to approve? Second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Go in closed session, next few minutes. Ready?
You ready?
Okay, we're ready.
Out of closed section, Mr. Chairman.
Motion to come out of closed session and a second. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Okay, this time, do we have a motion to approve minutes as submitted?
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
All those in favor of personnel as presented, please say yes.
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 Any opposed? Okay, at this time, we have some recommendations from superintendent.
Yes, do them all together.
Ready, we need to vote on each one of these?
Yeah.
Each one?
Okay, the first one, the student success advocates, they will be employed for 5 months out of the CARES Act funding, and the SSAs will be paid on the YDS pay scale.
Do we have a motion?
Mr. Chairman.
Motion and approval. All those in favor say yes.
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 All those opposed?
Ms. Jennifer Lester Hannah is being recommended for the Shining Stars Director position.
Motion to accept her.
Approve, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
To approve. All those in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed?
No.
And we recommend to extend all of the administrator contracts that expired on June 30th, 2020.
Motion to approve.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Second. All those in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Anything else?
Yes,
Monte?
I got something before we go. We talked about a lot of stuff here today. But looking at the whole big picture, we got a lot of reorganization, a lot of repurposed positions, a lot of trainings, and also a lot of compliance. This HR work is massive. It's gonna be a lot of extensive work. I think that we need to take a look, maybe adding some people in HR and stuff, or we're gonna have some legal issues that we not gonna be able to take care of. I just want the board just to take a look at it. And so with all this stuff that we just talked about here tonight, with all this stuff that have to go on, we just something we need to take a look at as a board.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. John?
I got two questions, one from Dr. Robert and Dr. Wooten. First one, early college, they gonna be on remote learning or they gonna have to physically go there?
They were waiting for PSRC to make their decision, so I was just telling the cabinet, hopefully we'll hear from them tomorrow. My Dr. Clark was here to get the word, Ziegler, the president, and so hopefully we'll know something.
And the second question for Dr. Wooten, is there any way that we can possibly get the county commissioners to come together and the cable companies to see what kind of grant we can get to try to help with this bad board across the county?
I think that'll be good. If we set up a conversation, I know that we submitted our budget on May the 15th, but circumstances have just changed, and it'd be good to just have that dialogue, to talk about that and other issues too. And we just want to be transparent and let them have that information, and they can ask us questions, we can ask them questions and build that relationship. I think that would be great.
Tina?
In relation to John's question, I think we all as a board need to know that the Senate level, they appropriated grant monies to companies to come in the rural areas in Robeson County and provide internet service. Well, I was told by Senator Danny Britt that ATMC has agreed to take on half of Robeson County. Lumber River Electric through Blue Wave is looking at taking the other half. They want a piece of the pie too because they're giving free monies out. But it's almost like, they receive the money, they don't have to pay it back, but they're gonna have to provide the main trunk source for internet service. So that was communicated to me that is taking place, but the obstacle is it's not gonna happen overnight.
We've been working with the group with Governor Cooper's office. Jeff Coltrane has been in contact with us.
Right.
And we have a meeting first thing in the morning. We've been talking to them for the past few months. And they recognize we have some concerns with connectivity, access, devices. So we've been planning, and they're sending down a team to walk through our different school sites. And so we can bring an update at the next meeting. But it would also be good with the county commissioners to talk to them about that work and see how they could partner with us too.
Okay, Mr. John?
One last question. Like Mr. Henry said, the only problem with that is Blue Wave, when they came, they went into the Spectrum District trying to get them customers. They stopped 5/10 of a mile from my house and wouldn't even come any further. But that's why I said we need to have a meeting and explain that to them, these companies.
And like Dr. Wooten said, Mr. Coltrane that they're gonna be meeting with, when she bring that report back, I believe the whole board will be satisfied.
And we're actually focusing on those areas that you're speaking of. And we have those conversations about where we don't have the connection, the access, so that'll be good.
All right, I'm not gonna read all this, but, I think Ms. Patty sent out some emails, folks, that, beginning this past Monday or yesterday, you could go on, all new board members and re-elected. There's some core training you can get. I have 30 days to do it, and everybody that's just been elected has to do the ethics training. So just a reminder, there's an email sent out, pull that up and do what you have to, and let's take care of that. I think our next meeting is August 11th. I believe that's the second Tuesday of August. But let me also just remind you that what we're dealing with now, there could be a meeting called at any time.
Sorry.
Do I have a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion to adjourn.
Second?
That motion?
All those in favor, please say yes.
Yeah.
Adjourn.
Don't forget to leave your blue folder.